Welcome back. Now what I need to do is that I need to take the user to the single product page whenever they click on buy now. So for example, if the user is interested in buying this bag, then they would click on buy now. And by clicking on buy now, we want to take them to the single product page where we will display only that specific product and more information about that product. And from there, they can add it to cart. So the first step is that we need to convert the single product page into PHP. So I'm going to here rename this file, and then I'm going to say single product.php. So the file is no longer an HTML file. So now this single product.php is obviously a PHP file. The second step is that we need to add link to the button. So this button, I'm gonna add a tag, and I'm gonna surround it with a tag. So I'm gonna copy the a tag. I'm gonna copy the button, and then I'm gonna paste it inside the a tag. And then I'm gonna give this a tag href. I'm gonna say href. So the href is gonna be equal to single underscore product .php. Let me save and let me head on over to the browser and let me click on one of these buttons. So if I click on buy button, it should take me to the single product. But if I click on the second product, it's going to take me to the same exact page, and it's going to display the first product. And if I click on the third product, it's going to take me to the same page, and it's going to display the first product. And obviously this is not dynamic because we are displaying now a static code. So we need to make the process dynamic, and then we need to display the correct product if we click on buy now. So how can we do that? To do that, we need here to say in the href, we need to add here a question mark and then product ID underscore ID is equal to, and then we need to get that ID from PHP. So I'm going to say here PHP, and then I'm going to say echo, and then I'm going to say product raw, and then product ID. Product. Let me close this. Product underscore ID, and then semicolon. So where did I get this product? Where did I get this raw from? This raw is obviously from this loop, and product ID is the ID of the product. Because if you check the database one more time, you will find that the products table, if you go to the products table, you should find that the ID is, the column for the ID is product underscore ID. So again, if I go to the products table, we have product underscore ID. So we can use this product ID. And you can, instead of doing this, which is a little tricky, you can actually copy this and remove it from here, and then you can add it in the echo. So you can add it here, echo, and here double quotes, and then here double quotes, and then dot, and then raw product ID. This is also going to work. So there are two versions. You can use the first version that I have shown you, or this version. Let me save and let me test. So this should take you again to the product ID, to the single product page. So I'm going to click on buy now, and it's going to take me to the product page. But now, guess what? Now in the browser we have here the product ID in the URL. So why did I pass the product ID? The reason is because by passing the product ID, I will be able to get the correct product information and display the product here. So if I click on the second product, I should here get product ID is equal to 2. If I click on the third product, it's going to say here product ID is equal to 3. So now it worked, and the next step is that we need to use this product ID to get the product information and display product information instead of displaying the static code. Welcome back. Now what we need to do is that we need to head on over to the single product.php, and in the single product.php we have access to the product ID. We have access to the product ID. So at the top, at the very top, before the HTML code, we need to add here PHP. Before the HTML, we need to add PHP, and then we need to get first here. We need to get the product ID. So the product ID is stored in a get in the get request. So we first need to make sure that we have the product ID. So I'm going to say if statement. I'm going to say here if is set get, and then product ID, product underscore ID. So if we have the product ID, remember the parameter, the get parameter is product underscore ID. Therefore here we need to say if is set get product ID. Then we can now make a request to the database and get the product ID. Else we need to return back to the home page. So else, if we don't have the product ID, we need to say header location, and then header location index.php. We need to go back to the home page. So let me test. So if I go to the single product without, as you can see, without specifying the product ID, if I try again single underscore product, if I try to go to the single product without specifying an ID, it's going to take me to the home page because we don't have a product. So this is no product ID was given. So we need to get the product ID. In case we have the product ID, we need to make a request. So I'm going to copy a code from the server get featured products. We have this code, so I'm going to copy this code and then I'm going to paste it here because it's going to be the same, but it's going to be a little different. So here we need to say, let me push this first. Here I'm going to say con prepare select all from products, but we don't need to say we need to say actually limit 1 because we need only one product. But before limit we need to say where product ID is equal to question mark, and the limit now is not important because the product ID is unique, so there is no need to say limit product ID. Now we need to say statement stmt, and then we need to say bind underscore params, and then we need to pass here the type. The type is integer, and the second parameter is the ID. So we need to create here a variable called product ID, product underscore ID. So the product ID is going to be equal to get product ID, product ID. And then we need to say, we need to pass it here, product ID. And here it should be bind param, not params. bind param. So make sure that the spelling is correct. And let's also use the MySQLi and that's it. Now we need to say product. Here it's going to be not products, it's going to be only product. Product and then get result. Statement get result. And we can use this product now in the bottom. In the bottom, let me, instead of displaying the product is here. So the product here, single product. So here, instead of displaying the image like this, I'm going to remove this image. And then I'm going to say here, PHP. And then PHP. But before I forgot something important, which is the while. So we need to say here while. And then actually we need first PHP. And then while. Let me give myself some space and show you how this is going to look like. While, and then while, and then only one single curly bracket, and then while raw is equal to product fetch a sauce and then at the end of this this dev. So here this dev, this is the end. So here we need to say PHP, close the curly bracket, and then close the PHP angular bracket. And then here we need to say PHP and then echo. And then what we need to echo is that we need to echo the raw with the product image. Product underscore image. And I'm going to explain something very important here, by the way. This is fine. So I'm going to explain something important here. You might be wondering why we have a while loop, but even though we have a one single product, the reason is because this is going to return an array. So this is going to return an array, but in this case, this array will contain only one single product. Therefore, we need to loop over the array, but we will loop over one single product. So don't worry about this. Even though this is an array, there will only be one product. For the small images, we need to display the small images. So here, for example, here we have an error, so I cannot test now. Let me finish first. So here I'm going to say, I'm going to repeat the same code. So I'm going to copy this code. I'm going to copy this code. And then I'm going to paste it here. But in the first, we need to say product underscore image, just image. In the second, we need to say PHP echo raw product image 2, product image 2, because we have, remember, the columns are image, product image 2, product image 3, and product image 4. So we have here product image 2, and then here we need to say echo product image 3, and lastly product image 4. And for the product information, we have the product name is I think the product name is this one, product name, and here the product price. So let's display the product price. Here I'm going to say echo product price. And here we need to say echo product name. And instead of these paragraphs, I'm going to say echo and then product description. And we are good to go. Let me save and let me. By the way, I have here an error. I should get this here, the closing curly bracket, and then add it here. I should add it here. I have a problem. It should be here because the raw should be inside the loop. So make sure that this curly bracket after we are done. Let me now save and let's test. Let me save and now let me go back and test. So I'm going to refresh first, and then I'm going to click on one of these products. Let's click on the first one, and we have an error here. It says gone, undefined variable. So the reason is because at the top we forgot a very important thing, which is include the connection. Remember, we need to say server / connection. Let me save and let me test one more time. So now we should have the product. So if I refresh, as you can see, I'm going to get this product, and I'm going to get the same 4 images. The reason is because I don't have other images. I have only the same exact image, but if you add other images, they will be displayed here. And the information is correct. So white shoes, 155, product details, awesome white shoes. Let's make sure that everything is working. Let me click on the second product. So if I click on the second product, it's going to display again the green bag, 155, and everything is fine. Let me check the third one here, black bag, 250, awesome black bag. So it works successfully, and now we know how to get to a specific to a single product page with that specific product. Welcome back. Now what we need to do is that we need to add the product to the cart. So for example, if the user goes to this product and wants to add this product to the cart and clicks on add to cart, nothing is going to happen, and we need to activate this button. So to activate this button, we need to take data from here and insert it into the cart and store it into the cart. And to do this, we need to use sessions. So what I'm going to do is that here we have this single product page which displays this page. And in order to store that in the cart, once the user clicks on add to cart, we need, as I told you, we need to use the session. So we need to go to the cart page. This is the cart page. And let me show you the cart page. So let me go to the cart page first. I'm going to go to the cart.html. And in the cart page, we need to display this product. So for example, if I click on add to cart, we need to take the user to this cart page and display the product that they have added to the cart. And all of this will be done in the cart.html. But first we need to convert this cart.php into cart.html into PHP. So I'm gonna change the name, the extension from HTML to cart.php. And then this cart at the top, I'm gonna add a PHP code. Here at the top, I'm gonna add here PHP code. But before I work on the code here, we need to work on the code in the single product.php. But before working on the cart, we need to work on the single product.php, because in the single product, we need to take the product from here all the way to the cart. So in the single product, remember we have the product information here. And in order to transfer the product information from here, we need to add a form, but this form is going to be hidden. So here, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to look for the loop. Where is the loop? Here is the loop. So I'm going to create here a form. I'm going to say here form which should contain the image. So I'm going to start the form from here. The form is going to start from here. I'm going to say form, and then I'm going to close the form just above this curly bracket. And then this form will take first a method, and the method is going to be post and action. So the action is going to be the cart. So I'm going to say cart.php, and we need to pass the following. First, the image. So in order to pass the image, we need here to create inputs. So I'm going to create hidden inputs with the data that I want to pass. So I'm going to say here input, and that input type is hidden. I'm going to say hidden, and I'm going to store, I'm going to say name. The name is going to be image. Let's say image, product image. I'm going to say product image, and product image, and I'm going to say value. The value is very important. We need to store the value. So the value is going to be equal to the image. So I'm going to copy this. The value is this. And below we need to create another input. I'm going to say input, and then I'm going to say type, and the type is going to be again hidden, and the name is going to be, we need to pass the in the cart we only need one image. We don't need all of the images, so we need the image, we need the product name and the price and the description. Let me check one more time. So here we need the we don't need the description, we actually need the name and the price. So the name here, I'm going to say name, product underscore name, and then the value. So the value is here PHP, and instead of repeating this code, let me copy the code. Let me paste it here, and then I'm gonna just change. I'm just going to change here product name. Third, we need another input, so I'm gonna copy this input now. There is no need to repeat this, and then I'm gonna paste it below, and we need the price, product underscore price, product price. And let me check one more time, what else do we need? So we need the name, the image, the price, the quantity. So we need the quantity. So the quantity, we can get the quantity. Remember here, this is the quantity. So the quantity exists here. The quantity is tricky because the quantity is here. This is the input for the quantity. So the quantity is the only one that's not going to be hidden. So we need to say input here, and then type, and then the value. The value is initially 1, and I'm going to say here name, and the name is going to be product quantity, and the value is going to be here 1, and if the user changes the quantity, it's going to be changed. So we don't need to use PHP for it. So this is for the quantity. What else do we want? We don't want anything else. I think we are good to go. So again, we need the image, we need the quantity, we need the name, and we need the price, and finally we need the button. So we need to activate the button. So this is the button. This button, we need to use input for this button, or say we can say here type submit. We can say type submit, and we need to give it a name as well. I'm going to say name, and the name is let's say product. Let's say add to cart. Add to cart. And let me save, and let me now head on over to the browser, and let me go back, and let me click on this buy now. But as you can see, you will find nothing here, and the component will be displayed below, and this is a problem. So to fix this problem, we need to copy the form. We need to copy the form, and then we need to remove it from here, and then we need to display the form here. We need to display the form only here. Here, I'm going to paste the form, and then I'm going to close the form here. I'm going to close the form here, and then I'm going to remove this form from here. I'm going to remove this closing tag. So the form, let me fix everything so that everything becomes clear. Let me also add this button. I'm going to add it, and then I'm going to display it here. So let me now fix everything and walk you through the code one more time. So what I did is that I just added a form with hidden inputs and only two inputs that will be displayed, the add to cart and the quantity. That's it. Here, this is the form. And then I'm going to click on File and then Save All. And now let me refresh and this should fix it. So let me here show you. So as you can see, now it fixed the form. Now if I click on Add to Cart, it's going to take me to the cart page. But we need now to fetch the data from the post parameter, because data now has been stored in the post parameter of PHP. Welcome back. Now what we need to do is that we need to get the data from the form and use it in the cart. But before I do so, I need also to pass another input. I need to pass the ID, the product ID. So I'm going to create another input here, and I'm going to say type hidden and then name, and the name is product ID, and I'm going to say value, and the value is as usual PHP, and then echo, and then raw, and then semicolon, and then product ID. That's it. And don't forget here to close this tag, and we are good to go. Now in the cart, the most important part is here. Here, before we display the cart, the first thing that we need to do is that we need to get the data from the single page, because when you click on Add to Cart, we will take the user to the cart, but we need first to display the data here, to display the products that the user, or the product that the user added to the cart. We need to get it from the single product .php. So here, before we do anything, we need to use the session to do this. So I'm going to start by saying here session start, and then we need to check whether the post parameter is empty or not. So we need to use the sset function, and this sset function is going to check whether the user came to this page using the form or not. So I'm going to say here add underscore to cart, and then here else. So this basically is set post add to cart is going to check whether the user clicked on add to cart button or not. If user clicked on add to cart, then we need to move on and continue with the code. Else, it means that the user tried to get to the cart page from somewhere else, and we don't. At this point, we need to probably take the user to the previous page or do something else. So in this case, we need to do something else. Maybe take the user to another page, or maybe we can take the user to the old page or the index. We can say location index.php. So here, after we made sure that the user came to this page by clicking on this button, this button, we need now to check the session. So I'm going to say if session if is set session, and then I'm going to create a session called shopping cart, or let's say just cart for the sake of simplicity. I'm going to say cart. If session cart is, if we have a cart, if the user has already added something to the cart before, then we need just to add more to this cart. Else it means that the user it means that this is the first product that the user is attempting to add to the cart. So here I'm going to say if this is the first product, and here if if user has already added a product to cart. So if user has already added something to cart, it means that the cart is not empty. If this is the first product, then we need to add it to cart as the first product. So here, the first product, the code is going to be like this. First, we need to create the session from scratch, because this is the first product. So we need here to say we need to get the data from the post request. So to get the data from the post request, we can say post, and then remember the parameters that we passed are product ID, image, name, and price. So we need to say here product underscore ID, and it's going to be equal to product ID. So product ID is going to be equal to this. And then we need to repeat the same thing for other parameters. So I'm going to copy this and paste it 3 times. Here, and here, and here. So we need product ID, we need product name, we need product price, we need product image, and we need product, I think, quantity. Product name, quantity. Quantity. And then I'm going to store these in variables. So I'm going to here create a variable called product name is equal to this. And then product price is equal to this. And then product image is equal to this. And lastly, product quantity is equal to this. Now we need to add these parameters in a single array. So I'm going to create here an array called product array. And then I'm going to say it's going to be equal to array with these keys. So we need to say product. Let me add this in a new line. First semicolon and then in a new line, so that you see the structure. I want you to recognize the structure. I'm going to say product ID is going to be equal to the product ID. And then comma, and then the product name, product name is equal to product name, and then comma, and then product price is equal to the price, and then product image is equal to the image. And then product quantity, product quantity is equal to the product quantity. So we have all of these. Finally, we need to add this array to the session. So what I did is that I took the data from the single page, fetched them here from the post request, and then added them to separate and individual parameters, and then I collected them using this array, and then I'm going to add this array now to the session. So I'm going to create a session here. I'm going to say session with a key called cart, and in order to recognize this product, we need to give this array a unique ID. And to give this array a unique ID, we can use the product ID. So I'm going to say here product ID is going to be equal to the product array. So let me explain this. I know that this is confusing right now. Now what I did here is that I created a session, and that session is an array. So this session, let me show you the structure. So the structure is going to be, this session can store anything. So it's going to, in this case, this session is going to store an array. And in this array we have another array, which is this product array. But this product array, in order to recognize this product array, we need to give it a unique ID. So the ID is going to be the product ID. So for example, if the product ID is 2, then I'm going to store 2 with the product ID. So this is the product ID. This is going to represent the product ID. And the key is going to represent the product ID, is going to be the product ID in order to recognize this product ID, in order to recognize this product array. Because if we add more products, we need to also give them unique IDs. So for example, if I add product 3, I'm going to say 3 is equal to another array. And then if I add another product to the cart, I'm going to say, for example, 5 is equal to another array. So each array that I'm going to add to the cart must have a unique ID. And this is the structure of the array, of the session array. So the session array is a big array, and inside it we will have key value pairs, where the key is the product ID and the value is the array itself. It's this array that contains the information about that specific product. That way I will be able to recognize and distinguish between products that have been added to the cart. Welcome back. Now what we need to do is that we need to work on the if statement, where if user has already added something to the cart. So if user has already added something to the cart, we need to check whether the new product is one of the products that the user has already added to the cart or not. To do this, we need to create a new variable called products underscore array IDs, which is going to return an array with all products that with all product IDs that have been added to the cart, and that can be done using the array column function. If I say array column and if I pass the session to it, session cart, and then if I pass the column that I'm interested in, so the column is the product ID, I'm going to say product ID. This is going to return an array with all products products IDs. So for example, if I added product that has an ID of 2 and 3 and 4 and 10 and 15, then this array is going to return these IDs. And then we need to use if statement to check whether the product has already been added or not. So I'm going to say if that product is not in the array, if in array, and then if it's not in the array, the product ID comma, and then products array IDs. Let me explain this. I'm gonna add here curly brackets. So this is gonna check, this if statement is gonna check if product has already been added or not, added to cart or not. How? By comparing. This function in array is going to try to find if this product ID is one of the product array IDs, is one of the elements of the products array IDs. So if that ID exists within exists in this products array IDs, then we need to tell the user here, we need to say here in this case, product has already been added. Here, if not, then we need to add it to a cart. So here in this if, we need to add it to the cart, and to add that to the cart, we need to create another. We need to create an array like this, we need to create a code like this and add that uh, to the to the session card. So I'm going to copy this code, and then I'm going to paste this code here. I'm going to paste this code here, but I'm going to fix a few things. Let me push this, and then I'm going to fix a few things. First, we need to say product ID is equal to the ID. That's fine. And then we need to pass these here in this array. This is also fine. And finally, we need to add this array. So there is nothing is going to be different. But instead of creating this long code, we can, for the sake of making everything simple, we can insert the post parameters immediately. So we can say here product underscore ID immediately without creating these parameters. So without creating these parameters, because it's just going to take more code. If you don't want to do this, you can use the post request immediately like this. This is just going to reduce the number of lines we have in our code. So as you can see here, I removed these lines, and now our code is much smaller, much shorter. Now, in case the user has already added this product to cart, we need to tell them. We need to say, for example, echo script So here I'm going to use the alert of JavaScript, and then I'm going to say product was already added. Product was already added, because at this point the product was already added to cart. So we cannot add the product again to the cart because it is in the cart. So this is the first thing. The second thing is that I'm going to take the user to the home page. So I'm going to say echo, and then again I'm going to use JavaScript. I'm going to say here script, and then inside that script, what I'm going to do, I'm going to say here script, and then inside that script I'm going to say here window.location, and then href. Window, again, make sure that the spelling is correct here. I have a problem. I should say window and then dot location is equal to index is equal to double quotes and then index.php, because the index.php is the home page. And of course, don't forget the semicolon at the end. So here again, let me explain this one more time. Here, if the product is not in the cart, if this particular product is not in the cart, then we add that product in the cart. Else, we tell the user that this product was already added to the cart, and we take them to the home page. So I'm going to click on File and then Save All. And now we are done with this part, which is going to add the product. Again, this is going to add the product to the cart if it doesn't exist. If it hasn't been added to the cart, it's going to add it here. If it's the first product, it's going to initiate the session. If it's not the first product, then it's going to check first whether the product was already added or not. If it was added, then we cannot add that product again. If it has been already added, if it hasn't been already added, then we add that product to cart. So that's it. Very, very simple and straightforward. The next thing that we need to do is that we need to display the product here in the remember in the cart. In this cart, we need to display the. Let me show you that. So if I click here on Buy Now, and if I click on Add to Cart, this is going to add it to the cart. But here, we need to remove these products because these products have been added statically. So we need to remove them from the cart. Here, from this cart, what we want to do is that we want we want to remove two products and leave only one to be used in order to loop over it and display all products that are in the cart. So let me here remove this. So tr this tr represents the last product. I'm going to remove this tr, and I'm going to remove also this tr. This tr represents the second product, and I'm going to leave only one tr. So we should have now one tr. Let me first save and make sure that I didn't break my code. Let me here refresh, and let me go to the cart one more time. I'm going to click on buy now, and if I click on add to cart, as you can see, it's going to say here product was already added to cart. So let me first disable this. I think we shouldn't add this at all. Let me disable this because we need to go to the cart. So I'm gonna comment this out. I'm gonna comment this out, and let me click here, buy now, and then I'm gonna click on add to cart, and here it's gonna say product was added to cart, but it's gonna leave me in the cart. Actually, we don't need this code, so let me remove this because we need to stay in the cart. So I'm not gonna take the user to the home page. So now we have only one product in the cart. Now this product has been added statically, and we don't want that. Instead, we want to add the product dynamically. So to do this, I'm gonna go again to the cart. Let me close this down, and here we need to use the session in order to display the products that we have in the cart. And remember that the session contains the session is a loop. The session, again, the structure is that the session is a loop with arrays. So we need to loop over it. So I'm gonna say here above this tr, we need to create a loop here. So here what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna use PHP, and then I'm gonna say here for each, and then I'm gonna use the session cart, session cart, and then as key value. So the key is the product ID. The value is the array. And then I'm going to add here curly bracket. I'm going to open the curly bracket, and then below the tr, I'm going to close the curly bracket. I'm going to here say PHP, and then I'm going to close the curly bracket, and then I'm going to here I'm going to be using the value. So the value is the array. Remember the array that we added to the cart, which is this array in this case and this array in this case. So this array has these keys. It has the product ID, product name, price, image, quantity. So we need to display the product ID, name, price, and quantity. So what I'm going to do is that here in this loop, instead of saying here white shoes, I'm going to remove this white shoes, and I'm going to remove this hard-coded text, and I'm going to use PHP. So I'm going to say here PHP, and then I'm going to say echo, and then what we want to echo is that we want to echo the value, and we want to echo what? We want to echo the product underscore name, and then semicolon, because the key for product name is product name. And then we have here the price. We need to say here PHP, and then echo, and we want to echo the value of the product price, and then semicolon. And I'm going to copy this code because it's going to be the same, and then I'm going to paste it here. Instead of saying here, let me check this. This is the price, and here also we need to display the price, and this is the total price. So we need to work on this later. But what else we want to work on is the quantity. So the quantity is here. So the quantity we need here to say the quantity here value. I'm going to remove this value, and then I'm going to paste this code, and then I'm going to say product quantity. For the image, remember the image here, assets, images, featured.jpg. I'm going to remove this featured1.jpg, and then I'm going to paste this code, echo value a product image. Let me save and let me head on over to the browser and test. So let me refresh, and if I refresh, it's going to tell me product was already added to cart. And guess what? It's going to display the product. But this time, this product is not the hard-coded product. It's the dynamic product. And here I have a problem. I should display the name of the product. So here I should say product name. So I have here an issue. I have an issue with product name, and here name. So I have a problem here. In the single product, let me make sure that I passed here I have, I think, a problem. Product name, product price, product price. Here I have a problem. So as you can see here, name should be product underscore price. Product price. So this should be product price. This is why I'm getting here the price instead of the name. So in order to fix this, I'm going to close down my I'm going to close down this tab, and then I'm going to open it again. So as you can see here, it's going to display the product name, and we have no problem. Let me test with another product. So to make sure that this works, I'm going to go back, and then I'm going to go back again, and let's add another product. For example, I'm going to add this product. I'm going to click on buy now, and then I'm going to click on add to cart. So if I click on add to cart, as you can see, it has been added to cart, and now it worked successfully, and we have no problems with this. So the cart now works perfectly. Welcome back. Now what we need to do is that we need to work on this button, the remove button, so that if the user clicks on remove, we need to remove that product completely from the cart. So to do this, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create here I'm going to add here a form to this button. So here this button, we need to add a form. So in order to do this, we can here create a form, and I'm going to give this form action and method. So the method is going to be equal to post, and the action is cart.php, the same page. And then I'm going to move this a tag over to the form. However, I'm going to change this from remove to from a tag to input. I'm going to say input, and the class is going to be the type is going to be submit, and the name is going to be equal to remove underscore product. And here I need to remove this. And now I'm going to say value is going to be equal to remove. And we need to know the product ID. So I'm going to create here a hidden input. I'm going to say input. And then I'm going to say type hidden. And then I'm going to say name. The name is product underscore ID. And the value is, remember, PHP. And then value echo first, echo value product ID, product underscore ID. And let me test first this in the browser. Let me refresh and make sure that we don't have problems. So here it says removed, but the problem is with the design. So let me work on, before I work on the logic, let's work on the design. So this button exists in the assets in the CSS. So we have the remove. Remember, we have the remove here in the cart. So in the cart, we have remove button, and here what we need to do is that we need to add background nothing. We need to remove the background color none, and border none, border none, and the width is 100%, width 100%. And let me now make sure that this is gonna fix the design. So as you can see, it's much better, but I have here a problem. I should say background none. Let's say background white. Let's say background white. This should fix it, I think. So now it has been fixed. So now what we want to do is that we want to activate this button. So to activate this button, we have here a post request, and we have two inputs. One has a name called product ID, which contains the product ID, and then we have the remove product name, which is also an input that's gonna remove that works as a button, which is this. Now what we want to do is that we need here to add, instead of saying else, we need to say else if. Else here I'm gonna add I'm gonna push this, and I'm gonna add here another curly bracket, and then I'm gonna say here else if. Else if, and check the syntax again because you don't want to make mistakes. Here else if, so else if we have here, the first condition is if we are trying to add something to the cart, but in this condition, if we are trying to remove something from the cart. So here I'm gonna say, let me close this to show you the complete code. So the first condition is to add something to the cart. The second condition, which is this else if, is to remove product from cart. So if we want to remove a product from the cart, we need to first say here is set post, and then remember the input is this input. The input has a name called remove product. So I'm gonna say here if is set post remove underscore product. If that button has been clicked, then we need to remove the product from the session. So how can we remove a product from the session? It's actually very simple. We need to use the onset function, and then we need to pass the session cart. However, we need to remove only one element. Which element? We need to remove the element. We need to remove the product that has this ID. So we need to get the product ID first. Product ID. So how can we get the product ID? To get the product ID, we can use the post and then product underscore ID. Remember the product ID here. Here we have, in this input, we have name called product ID. We have this input that has a name called product ID. So we can use it here, and then finally we can say session onset session cart, and then we need to pass here the product ID. This is gonna remove that product from the cart. That's it. Very, very simple. And let me now save and refresh. So I'm gonna refresh and test. So I'm gonna here refresh, and let me remove a product from the cart. So for example, let me click on remove of the second product. If I click on remove, it did not work, and the reason is because here in my code I have actually a problem. I need to make sure that I have the product ID. So I forgot here to specify the product ID. So we have two options. We can here say product ID is equal to post product ID product underscore ID, or we can pass the post product ID directly into the second square bracket. But let me keep it like this. Let me now save and let's test. So let me refresh. Let me save and refresh. Now it should work. Let me refresh and now let me click on remove. So if I click on remove, it will not work either. Why? Because the product now doesn't have an ID. So we need to close down the browser and open a fresh browser. So as you can see, testing takes a lot of time, but it's worth it. Let me try one more time. So I'm going to go to the cart page and let me try to remove this product. For example, if you click on remove, as you can see, the product has been removed from the cart. So the product was removed from the cart completely, and now we don't have anything in the cart. And let me go back and let's test this on other products. So let me add another product. For example, this. I'm going to click on buy now, and if you click on add to cart, it will be added to the cart. And let me add another product because I want to see what's going to happen if I delete only one product. So if I delete, for example, this product, the second product, as you can see, one product will be removed and the other will remain. And if you remove the last product, here it's gonna the 150 will remain, and this is a problem which we need to fix. And the reason why we have this is because the code here is hard coded, so we need to make this dynamic, and it will fix this problem. Welcome back. Now what we need to do is that we need to work on this edit button. So if user decides to increase the quantity of a product, we need to edit the quantity and the subtotal. So if the user clicks here on edit and chooses, for example, four items of the same product, we need to increase the quantity as well as the subtotal. How can we do this? To do this, we need to activate this button. So remember here in the cart, we have this edit button. We need to create a form here. We need to say form, and then this form I'm going to give it a method and action. So the method is going to be post, and the action is going to be cart.php. And then I'm going to remove this a tag, and then I'm going to create here two inputs. One input, and I'm going to give it a class called edit button, edit btn, and value. So the value is edit, and also we need name. So the name is edit quantity, edit underscore quantity, and we need another input which is the product ID. Input, and then name. First type, the type is hidden, and the name is product ID, and the value is PHP echo product ID. Value product ID, value product ID, semicolon. And don't forget to close this angular bracket. And here the second input must have a type, and the type is submit. Let me push these two. And again, let me explain this one more time. This form is inside this loop, so we can use the value, the product ID value, and the second input. The first input is hidden, but it's going to hold the product ID. The second input is going to submit the form, and it will allow us to get the product ID and edit the quantity. So we also need the quantity itself. So we need to create another input for the quantity itself. Remember, the quantity is this. So we need here to create another input. I'm going to say input. Or actually we have the input, this input, we need to copy it, and then we need to move it over to the form. So it's going to be here. So this is the quantity. Let me save and let's test. Let's make sure that the HTML code is not broken. So as you can see, it's fine, but we need to fix the edit. So we need to remove again, we need to head on over to CSS, and we need to edit we need to open the style.css, and then for the edit button, we need to here say background color white, and we need to remove the borders, border none, and the width is 100%. Let me save and let me make sure that the design is fine. So let me go back to the cart page. So in the cart page, we have actually a problem. So let me remove this width. I don't think that the width is needed here. So again, I need to go to the cart one more time, and this should fix it. So it has been fixed. Now we need to work on the logic. So here we need to create in the cart.php. What we want to do is that we need to use these inputs and use the post value of PHP. So at the top we need to add else if. With this else if, we need to push this code, and then we need to create another else if, and then don't forget to close the curly bracket and open it here. And here I'm going to say else if is set post, and then edit quantity. Why edit quantity? Why did I say here edit quantity? Because here the form has edit quantity submit button. So the submit button has a name called edit quantity. So we need to use this to submit the form. And here we need to work on the logic. So here what we need to do is that we need to get the current quantity and edit that quantity. So how can we get the current quantity? To get the current quantity, we need to say here, we need first to get the quantity from the form. So I'm going to say here product underscore quantity is equal to post, and then product quantity. Remember, the form has product, this form. The product quantity, it doesn't have a name, so we need to give it here a name. I'm going to say name, and the name is going to be equal to product quantity. So we need the product quantity and the product name from this form. So I'm going to say here product quantity is equal to post product underscore quantity, and then we need the product ID. So I'm going to create another variable called product ID, and it's going to be equal to post product ID, post, and then product ID. Now we need to access the session and update the product quantity. So to access the session, we can say session and then cart, and then we need to get the product the array of that specific product. So we need to say product ID. So this is going to return an array. Here I'm going to say product underscore array. So the product array is equal to the session cart product ID. Now from this product array we can access the quantity, the current quantity, the old quantity. So I'm going to say product underscore quantity. This now is the old quantity. This is the old underscore quantity. And the new quantity is this. This is the new quantity. So instead, we need to remove this old quantity and add the new quantity. How can we do this? To do this, we need to say we don't need this variable. I created this variable just to explain how it works. All we need to do now is to say product quantity is equal to the new product quantity, which is this product quantity. So this is the old quantity. I'm gonna override the value with the new quantity. Finally, we need to push or add this array again to the session. So we need to say session and then cart, and then product ID. Product ID is equal to the array. So we need to return the product array back to the session. So let me explain this code one more time here. I'm gonna add comments here first. We get ID and quantity from the form. And then the second step is to get the product array from the session. We extract that array. We extract out the array from the session because there might be many products. The third step is to update product quantity. The last step is to put back, to return return, let's say return array back to its place, inside the session. Place. Let me save and let's test this code. So I'm gonna here refresh, and then I'm going to try to increase here. I'm gonna try to increase this value to, let's say, 3, and then I'm gonna click on edit. So as you can see, if I click on edit, now we have 3. If I increase this to 7, and if I click on edit, it's gonna say edit here. It's gonna say 7 here. So it worked successfully, and now this product will the user will buy 7 items. If you want to make sure that the code works, you can go back to the home page. For example, you can go to the home page, and then you can try to go back to, let me go back to the cart page. So if I try to go to the cart page one more time, it's gonna remain here 7 because now the user has set the number to 7. The next thing that we need to work on is the subtotal. So we need to work on this later. Welcome back. Now what we need to do is that we need to calculate the total quantity of the cart and also the product quantity, the subtotal. So let's start with the subtotal. So in order to calculate the subtotal, we need to get the we need to get the product quantity and multiply it by the price. So here in this product price, we can here we have this price here, and also it's being displayed here. So this is the single price, and this is the subtotal, the total of a single the total of a one product multiplied by the number of multiplied by the quantity. So here, instead of displaying 155, we need to say PHP, and then we need to multiply the, we need to say echo, and then we need to multiply the value product quantity by times the value product price, product underscore price, and then semicolon. Don't forget the semicolon. Now let me save and let me refresh and show you that now this is going to be 9 times 155, because a single product would cost 155. A single pair of shoes would cost 155. But if I want to buy 9 of these shoes, I need to pay 155 multiplied by 9. So let me here refresh. Let me go to the cart one more time. So if I go to the cart, I should here get 1,395. So if you make the calculation, you will find that this is correct. let me prove it to you. So let me here say 2. Let me say here 2. If I say 2 and edit, here the cost, the total cost of 2 shoes is 310, and that's correct because 155 plus 155 is equal to 310. So this is correct. Now let's work on the total products. So if I have many products, for example, if I have, let me go back and let me go back to the home page and let me add this product. So this product would cost also, let me select another product because I want another price. So this one would cost 250. So if I click on buy now and add this product to cart, we have here 310 and here 250. But the total is static, so we need to work on the total. To work on the total, we need to create a code here that's gonna calculate the total. So I'm gonna create here a function. I'm gonna here I'm gonna create a function. I'm gonna say function, and then I'm gonna say calculate total cart. And then I'm gonna, in order to get the total, we need to loop over the session. So I'm gonna say for each session cart, and then we need to get each single product. So we need to say for each session cart as key value, and then we need to get each single product. So each single product, in order to get each single product, we need to say session, and then cart, and then key. This is going to return the array of each single product. So we can say here product. So for each single product, what we want to get is that we need to say we need to get the price as well as the quantity. So this is going to return an array, and each time it's going to return a different product. So for each different product, for each different product, we need to get the product price and quantity. So I'm going to say get the price. I'm going to get here price and quantity. So the quantity is going to be equal to product quantity. And then we need to multiply the price by the quantity. So we need to say total is equal to price multiplied by the quantity. However, this is going to return only one total of one product. Therefore, we need to create here a variable called total, and it's going to be initially 0. And then we need here to say total is equal to total plus price multiplied by the quantity. So what this is going to do is that each time it is going to increase the each time it's going to add the old total to the new total. So it's going to get the old total, and each time we have a product, we are going to get the price multiplied by the quantity and add them to the total. And here, by the way, I should say total. And finally, we can here say return. Finally, return what? Return the total. Or better, instead of returning, we need to store this in the session. So I'm going to create here in the session. I'm going to create a new key called total. I'm going to say total. Total now is going to be equal to total. That's it. Now we need to call this function. So where should we call this function? We should call this function each time we add a product to the cart. So we need to call this inside add to cart. So inside this add to cart, here we need to say update or calculate total. So here I'm going to say calculate total cart. Finally, we need to display the total here in the bottom. In the bottom, we need to say here, remember this part. So this table, So in this table, we don't need actually this subtotal because we don't have, I didn't add any other costs. So I'm going to remove this subtotal. We just need the total. So the total, instead of saying 155, I'm going to remove it. And then I'm going to say PHP. And then I'm going to use the session. I'm going to say session total. And of course, we need to say echo total, session total. Let me now save and let me refresh. So here, as you can see, what I'm going to get is that I'm going to get 560. So let's make the calculation together. Is 310 plus 250 is equal to 560? Well, that's correct. Let me prove it to you. Let me prove that this is correct, that the total has been calculated correctly. Let me increase here the number of products, and let me click on edit. And if I click on edit, now the total is still here. The reason why it's still 560 is because actually I need to call the calculate also here. I need to call it here in case we update or in case we remove. So here, in case we remove something from the cart, we need to calculate the total. Calculate total. And also in case we update the quantity, we need here to calculate total. Let me try one more time. So now if I refresh, now the total, as you can see, the total is 810. Let me here decrease this one more time. I'm going to say 1 and edit. And now the total again back to 560. Let me increase this to 2 and then update. And as you can see, the total now is 810. If I increase this to 3 and update, as you can see, now the total is 965. So now the total worked successfully, and now we have the total amount. So this is the single price, this is the subtotal, and this is the total. Welcome back. Now what we need to do is that we need to let the user check out. So after the user adds a few products into the cart, and if they want to check out, we want to allow them to check out. So let's work on this checkout. So in order to do this, I'm going to head on over to the cart.php, and you'll find that we have a button. And we don't need a button. Instead, we need an input. And we need a form. So I'm going to create here a form. I'm going to say form. And then I'm going to say action and value, action and method. So the method is post. And the action is checkout.php. And I'm gonna move this button over to the checkout form. However, I'm gonna convert this button into input. So I'm gonna say here input, and then I'm gonna remove this completely, and I'm gonna say here value. So the value is gonna be checkout, or let's say proceed. Let's say checkout. And what else do we want? We want a name. I'm gonna say name checkout. We need the name and we need a value. Let me check this in the browser now. So we should have here a button. Let me go to the checkout. Let me go to the cart. So in the cart, we have here checkout button. So now what we want to do is that we need to work on the checkout page. Remember, we have here the checkout page, and the checkout page is HTML, and we need to convert this checkout. I'm going to rename this page. We need to convert it into PHP. So I'm going to say checkout.php. Now this is the checkout page. If I click on it, it's not going to take me to the checkout. Why? Because we need to say here in this input, we need to say type submit. The type must be submit because this is a button. Let me refresh and try one more time. So let me here click on checkout. If I click on checkout, now it's going to take me to the checkout page. Now in the checkout page, what we want to do is that we need to work on this form and submit this form and allow the user to fill the information and then proceed to payment. So let me head on over to the checkout page. Now in the checkout page, what we want to do is that we want here to add a form. We already have a form, which is great. We don't have to do anything special. We just need to we just want to make this form active. We want to activate this form, and to do this we can just add here action and method. So I'm going to say here action and method. So the action is going to be a, let me create a file for this. I'm going to here create a new file in the server called place order. I'm going to say place underscore order .php. And in the checkout here, we need to say place underscore order .php. And we need to set a method. I'm going to say method. The method is post. So here what we have is that we have the name, and the name has a name. The email has a name. The phone number has a name. The city has a name. You need to make sure that all of them have names. And the address has a name. The submit also it doesn't have a name. So we need to give this submit button a name. We need to say here name. And the name is going to be, let's say something else other than checkout. I'm going to say place order. Place order. Place underscore order. And here I'm going to say the value is going to say place order. Now in the place order.php, we need to work on the code here. So the code here is going to first check whether user clicked on this button or not, and that can be done by using the if statement. If is set post, and then we want to say place order. So if the place order is set, we need to do something else. We need to take the user to the home page or do nothing. Basically do nothing, because the user will not be able to come to this page unless they have something in the cart and unless something is in the cart. So we need here to say place order. So I'm gonna come to this page later because this page requires a lot of work, the place order. And before working on this, we need to work on a very important thing in the checkout. We cannot allow the user to check out if the cart is empty. So let me explain what I mean. So if I go to the cart here and if I add a product, but if I change my mind and remove that product, and if I click on checkout, it's going to take me to the checkout page. So the user will be able to check out even though there is nothing in the cart. And this is a problem. This is a bug. To fix this bug, we need here in the checkout at the top, we need to check whether the cart is empty or not. So we need to say PHP, and then we need to say here we need to say session start, and then we need to check the session. I'm going to say if is not empty, session cart if the session is not empty, and also we need to check if user came to this page through the checkout button or through an external link. So the user should come to the checkout page only from by clicking on this button. If user comes to the checkout page from an external link, we shouldn't allow this because this could pose a problem to our system. So we need to check this button. We need to check whether the user came to this page from the checkout or not. And that can be done using here the is set. If is set, post, and then the name of the button is checkout. So if these conditions are met, then let user in. Else what we want to do, we need to send user to home page, because they cannot place an order if they don't have, if the cart is empty, or if they came to the page through an external link. So we need here to say header, and then location index.php. Let me show you now what's gonna happen. So now if I go back to the home page, let me go to the home page, and let me add something to the cart. So if I add this product to cart, and if I click on checkout, I will be able to go to the checkout page, because there is a product in the cart. There is a product. Obviously there is a product in the cart. Let me show you that one more time. If you go to the cart, there is a product in the cart. Obviously there is a product, but if I remove this product, let me remove this product, and now I don't have anything in the cart. The cart is empty. If I click on checkout, I will be taken to the home page. Let me show you that one more time. So let me go to the cart. Let me add something to the cart. Let me remove it from the cart. Let me remove this from the cart. Now there is nothing in the cart. If I click on checkout, I will be taken to the home page. Welcome back. Now what we need to do is that we need to display here the total amount and work on this form. Let's first display the total amount to remind the user with the total amount of the products that they want to pay for. So here in the checkout, I'm going to say here P, I'm going to use paragraph, and then above the button, just above this place order button, I'm going to say here total amount, and then I'm going to say $, and then I'm going to use PHP. I'm going to say here PHP, and then echo, and then session, and then remember the key that stores the total amount was created in the cart. So in the cart, remember here, in the cart we have a function that calls that calculates the total total amount, which is this function, and then it stores the total amount in a key called total. So here in the checkout we can say session total. This is gonna display the total amount above the button. Let me test now. Let me here refresh, and as you can see, it's gonna display the total amount just above the button, which is important because you need to remind the user with this amount that they need to pay. So if you go back and test one more time, let me add another product. So I'm going to increase here, I'm going to say 2, and then I'm going to update, and now the total is 310, and here it says 310. So this is going to display the total here above the button, which is very, very important. Welcome back. Now it's time to work on placing an order. And placing an order is going to it's going to be a long process, because you might think that the process is just storing user information in the database, and that's not correct. There are many ways in order to accomplish placing an order. And let me break down the process into few steps so that you understand. So now the first step is that we need to open up the place order.php. Let me here type the steps that we want. So the first step is that we need to get user info, because of course in order to send the products to the user, we need their email, we need their city, we need their phone number, we need their address in order to send the package and products to them. The second step is that we need to store here get user info and store it in database. The second step is that we need to store order information, order info. And to store the order information in database, we first need to get products from cart. So the second step is to get products from cart. So let me here type 1. I'm going to say 1. The first step is to get user info and store it in database. The second step is to get products from cart, from the session actually. Let me add here not. I'm going to say from session so that you don't forget that the information is in the session. The third step is that we want to store the order in information in database. So after we get the products from the session, we need to take these products and store them in the database and issue a new order. So we need to create a new order in the orders table, and we need to store each individual product in the order items. So for example, let me go back to the home page and explain the process. For example, if I want to buy a pair of shoes and a bag, then each one of these must be stored in the order items. But both of these items will have one single order because they belong to the same person who wants to buy these two. So these two items will have the same order ID, but they will be stored in the order items so that we know the items that the user wants to buy. So here the third step is to store order info in the database. First I need to say here issue new order and store order info in database, and finally store each single item in order items database. And the last step is to remove everything from cart, and actually this is the fifth step, and the sixth step is to tell the user or inform user that whether everything is fine or there is a problem. There is a problem. And if there is a problem, we need to tell them. If everything is fine, we need to remind them we need to take them to the payment page. So this is the last step. Let's start working on these steps. So let's start on the first step. So the first step is to get user info and store it in the database. So in order to get the user info, we need to head on over to the checkout and get these fields from the form. So here we have the names, name, email, phone, city, address, and place order. So here, if the user clicks on place order, we need to get the name. I'm going to say name is equal to post name and then we need to get the email, and then we need to get the phone, and then we need to get the phone and city and address. So we have city and address. City, post, city. And lastly, we need to get the address. So the address is going to be equal to post address. That's it. Now, we want to insert these into the database, these values in the database. And to do this, we need to import the connection. Remember the connection class, the connection file, because the connection will allow us to connect to the database. So at the top here, I'm going to say include, and then since we are in the same file, the place order.php is in the same file as the connection. So we just need to say here connection.php. And before I forget, we also need to say session start, because I'm going to be using the session later. I don't want to forget, because this is usually forgotten by so many developers. So after we have this, we need to use remember in the connection we have, again, let me remind you that we have a variable called con. So we need to use this con. Here I'm going to say con, and then prepare, and then we need to pass the statement. So the statement is insert into what? We need to insert into the orders. We need to insert into the orders table. So we need to insert into the orders table. Here we need to insert into the orders table. I'm going to say here insert into orders. And what do we want to insert? We want to insert the order cost, the status, the ID, the user, all of these things, except for the ID. The order ID will be given by the database automatically. So we need to start by the order cost. So the order cost, I'm going to say here, order underscore cost, is the total amount, and I'm going to get this shortly. The second thing that we need to insert is the order status. The order status is always going to be on hold. So I'm going to say order underscore status. The third thing is the user ID. So we need to get the user ID. I'm going to say user underscore ID. And then we need the phone, user phone. And then user phone, and then city. User city, and then user address and order date. User address, and then order date. And then in a new line, I'm gonna here in a new line, I'm gonna add a new line, and then I'm gonna say values. So what are the values? The values are, first, for the order cost, we need to get the cost from the session. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to say here order cost, and to get the order cost from the session, we just need to say session, and then total. This is going to get the total from the session. And then the order status, I'm going to say order underscore status. The order status is whether the order has been paid or not. If the order has been paid, then we need to say paid. But we will allow users to place orders without paying. And then after the order has been placed, I'm going to allow users to pay. So I'm going to say here the initial value is always going to be on hold. So on hold means that the order has been placed but has not been paid. And then user ID. The user ID, I'm going to get the user ID later when I allow users to log in and register. But for now, the user ID is always going to be 1 just for the sake of testing. The user phone number, we have the phone number from the form, we have the name, and we have everything else. Lastly, we need the order date. So we need to say order underscore date. So the order date is going to be a date time. Let's use the date time now. Or we can use the date function. We can use date, ymd. Y is for the year, month, day, and then hour, second, hour, minutes, seconds, which is this function. Now we can pass these into the values. So the first thing is the order ID, the order cost. So I'm going to say here order cost. However, this is not a good practice. We need to pass question marks. So we need to pass how many question marks? We need to pass 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we have 7 inputs. So I'm going to say here question mark 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And if you don't understand why I'm doing this, this is for the sake of protection. And you can take my course about PHP protection and you will understand the reason behind this. Because this is going to protect the form and it's going to protect your system from hackers. And again, if you want to take that course, I'd highly recommend taking that course about PHP security best practices if you are interested in understanding and improving your PHP security code and applying best practices. Now we need to call a function here. We need to store this in a variable called stmt. So stmt is going to be equal to connection prepare, and then stmt. We need to call a function called bind param. And the parameters that I'm going to bind are the cost. So the cost is the cost here. The cost is integer I, and then the order status is going to be s string. User ID is I, is integer. Phone number is I. User city is s. User address is s. User date is order date is s. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then comma, and then we need to pass the parameters in order. So the first parameter is the order cost. The second is the order. The second is the order status. The third is the user ID. The fourth is the phone number, is the user phone, which is phone. Here I just said phone. And then after the phone we have the city, and after the city we have the address and the date. Address and the date, order date. However, order date. However, I forgot the email, so the email is not here, so we need to insert the email, or we can just rely on the phone number. So I think I'm gonna rely on the phone number. You can rely on the phone number, or you can use the user ID to get the phone number from the user's database. So there is no problem. I'm not gonna use the email. So the email, I'm just gonna get the email and leave it here. There is no need to use the email because we have the phone number and we have the user ID, where we can use to get more information about the user later if we want to. Next, I'm gonna say stmt and then execute. That's it. We need to execute this query. And lastly, we need to get the order ID. So this is going to insert this order into the database, and the database in return is going to issue a new order ID. Therefore, we need to get this we need to get this order ID in order to use it later in this script. So we need to get the user ID from here. So now what we need to do is that we need to get the order ID. As I told you here, after we insert this order into the database in return will issue a new order. And we need to get this order ID because we will need to use this order ID in order to place each single element, each single product in the order items. Because otherwise we wouldn't know which products the user wants to buy. Because after the user, for example, if the user adds these items, we will not, even if we add an order in the orders table, this orders will only store user information as well as the order ID. But in order to know the order details about that order, we need to store these two or however many number of items that the user wants in the order items. Therefore, we need to get the order ID from the database. So to get the order ID after it has been inserted, after the order has been inserted, the database, if you call the stmt and call a function called insert, the database, after you call insert ID, the database is going to return the order ID, order underscore ID. And I'm going to prove it to you now. Now let me here say echo, and then I'm going to display the order ID just for the sake of testing. I'm going to say order ID. By the way, in the checkout, we need to say here action, and then we need to remove this, and we need to say server first, server / place order, because the checkout page is outside the server, whereas the place order.php is inside the server. So in order to get to the place order file, we need to say server / place order.php. And here in the place order, we just insert the order, and the database will return the order ID. And now we just need to display the order ID just for the sake of testing. So let me click on file and then save all, and let's test. So now suppose that I am a customer, and let me remove first everything from the cart. And suppose that I am now a customer. So I'm going to go to the home page. And then let me, for example, say that I want to buy this item. I'm going to click on buy now. And then I'm going to click on add to cart. And then I'm going to click on checkout. So if I click on checkout, it's going to ask me to fill out this form. So let me fill out this form quickly. So I have filled this form quickly, and let me click on place order. Again, you will not be able to click on place order unless you fill the complete form. So if you forget to fill one of these, it's not going to work. So for example, if you say here, if you click on place order, it's not going to work. It's going to tell you please fill out the form. So let me click on place order. If I click on place order, guess what? It's going to display here as you can see, it's going to display 1. What does this one mean? This one means that the order has been inserted into the database. Let me show you this. Now in the orders table, if I refresh the orders table, a new order has been placed. As you can see, a new order has been placed with my information. So order ID is 1, order cost is 155, order status is on hold because I didn't pay, and the order has just been placed. The user ID is 1 by default. The user phone number, the city, the address, everything has been stored into the database. So this is how it works, and now we made sure that the order ID will be returned by the database. Now we can move on and continue with the other steps. Welcome back. The next step is that we need to get the products from the cart and insert each single product into the order items. So each single item we have that the user bought will be inserted individually into the database. So again, if the user, for example, wants to buy these two, we need to insert each one individually in a separate row in the database so that we know which items the user wants. So here, the second step, first, before I work on the second step, I'm going to remove this echo. We no longer need this echo. So the second step is that we need to get products from the cart. So to get the products from the cart, we need to use the session, because the session has the cart, and this cart is an array. And since this cart is an array, it has this structure. It has key value pair, where each key represents an order, represents a product ID, and the value is an array with the information about that product. So for example, if we have two products in the cart, the first key is the product ID, and the value is an array with product information such as the product price, the product name, the product description. So what we want to do is that we need to use a for each loop in order to loop over the session and get each single product and store it into the order items database. So I'm going to say here for each, and then for each what? For each session cart, and I'm going to remove this. We no longer need this. So I'm going to say here for each session cart as key value, we want to get each single array. So in order to access each product, we need to say product is going to be equal to session cart and then key. This is going to get each single product as an array. So this is going to return an array with the product. And now we can get each single or each piece of info that this product has. For example, each product, we can say product name. Remember, in the cart we store them in these keys. So we have the product ID, product name, price, image, quantity. So you need to use these keys. You cannot use other keys other than these. So we need to say here product underscore ID, and then the product ID is going to be equal to product ID is going to be equal to the product ID. And we can repeat the process, and it's going to take some time. So let me work on this quickly. I'm going to say product name, and again the name is the key for the name is name, price, image, quantity. So here name, and then product image, and then product price, and then product quantity, and here quantity. Again, you need to double check your keys here, because if you have a mistake here, you will have a severe problem and you will not be able to figure out the problem easily. So you need to double check before moving on. Product ID, product name, product price, image, quantity. Product ID, name, image, price, quantity. Now we need to insert each single one into the database, and to do this we can use the connection. We can say econ and then prepare and then insert into what? We need to insert into the order items. So I'm going to say order underscore items, and then what do we want to insert? We want to insert the order ID, the product ID, the product name, the product image, the user ID, and the order date. And the item ID is going to be given by the database automatically. So we need to say here, we need to start with the product, with the order ID. So I'm going to say here order underscore ID, comma, and then the second is the product ID, product ID. The third is product name and then image, product name, and then product image. And lastly, we have the user ID and the order date. User ID and then order date. So the order date, we have the order date, but we don't have we have everything actually. So let me add a new line first, and then I'm gonna say values. Values. And you need to be very cautious, because if you have any problem with the syntax of this SQL, it's not gonna work. So how many question marks? Again, you need to use question marks, because otherwise your data will be could be under attack by hackers. And again, if you are interested in PHP security and security best practices, you can take my course about security best practices of PHP. So here we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We need to see 6 question marks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then we need to store this in a variable called stmt1. Let's say stmt, just stmt. Let's say stmt1, just to differentiate between this and the other one. And then I'm gonna say here stmt1 bind param. And what are the parameters that we want to bind? First, we need to bind the order ID. So the order ID is integer. The product ID is integer. The product name is string. The product image is string. The user ID is integer. The order date is string. And then comma, and then let's start with the order ID. So the order ID is here. This is the order ID. I'm going to say here order ID. And then product ID. Product ID. And then after the product ID, we need the product name. So we have the product name, product name, and then the product image, and then the we also need the product price and quantity. So I forgot to add here the product name and the price, the quantity. So we need to add here let me say structure, and let me add the product. Here I'm gonna add the quantity. The quantity is very important. So I'm going to add 2 columns after the image, and these columns are going to be the product price and the product quantity. So the product price is going to be integer, is going to be decimal actually, and is going to be 4 6, let's say 6 2, and the quantity is integer, and that's it actually. The decimal, let me check the decimal. So we have the decimal, and 6 means that it's going to be 6 digits, and 2 of these digits are going to be 2 of these 6 are going to be points, are going to be digits after the point. So let me click on save, and Now if I click on product items, you will find that we have here product price and product quantity. So this is correct. Let me now go back, and here let me insert after the product image, we need to say product underscore price, and then comma product underscore quantity, and then comma. And here we need to say IISS, and then the price and the quantity are integers. So we need to say I, and then IS. And then here we need to increase the number of question marks. So I'm going to increase the question marks to 8. Because now we have 8 parameters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And here I'm going to say product image, and then product price, and then product quantity, and then product and then user ID. So the last parameter is the order date, and you can get the order date from previously we have created the order date and the user ID. So there is no need to create it one more time. Finally, we need to execute this statement. I'm going to say stmt and then execute. This is going to execute the statement, and that's it. This is for this part. So for this part, we just need to do this. So let's now test. Let me save everything. Let me head on over to the browser and test. So now in the browser, let me add these into the cart. So let me first start from the beginning. I'm going to go to the home page, and I'm going to click on, I'm going to add this to cart, and I'm going to add another product to cart. So we already have these products to add it to cart. Let me click on checkout. Let me fill out this form. So after I filled out this form, let me click on place order, and we have a problem here in line 47. So the line 47, I have a problem. It says 47, I should say stmt1. So this is a simple mistake. And I also have a problem with here I should say order items with an S. So as I told you, seeing a very simple mistake could cause so many problems. So here order underscore items, because the table is order underscore items with an S. Let's try one more time. So I'm going to go back to the home page, and I'm going to add this to cart. We already have this in the cart, so let me click on checkout. Let me fill out this form quickly. So after I have filled out this form, let me click on place order, and as you can see, nothing will happen, and because I didn't display anything. But let's check the database. Now in the orders, in the order items, we should have 2 items. As you can see, we have 2 items. The first item is the white shoes, and the second item is green back, and that's correct. And the name of the images, the prices, the quantities, everything has been stored here. And notice something important. The order ID is the same. The order ID is 4 and 4, because the same person, which is me, has ordered these 2 all in one single order. So the order is going to be 1. So the order is order number 4, and this order, the details of this order, the details is this, are these 2 lines, are these 2 rows. The details of the order are the white shoes and the green back. This is a very important concept, and by using the order ID, we will be able to do awesome things. Welcome back. Now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to take the user to the payment page after they have placed an order. So for example, if I place an order, as I have shown you earlier, if you place an order and complete the order, what we want to do is that we want to display the payment page, because this is going to place the order, and it's going to inform us as the owner of the business that somebody has placed an order. But in order for us to start shipping the order, we need to get the payment. So we need to tell the user to complete the payment so that we start the process of sending the product or products to the customer. So let's start working on this. And also, by the way, we need to activate this button which takes the user to to the cart page. This is very important, and let me show you what I'm going to do first. So the first thing that I'm going to do is that I'm going to open up the index, and in the index, let me activate this button. So we have here in the top, in the navigation bar, let me here say shopping. This shopping icon, I'm going to say cart.php. So this is going to take the user to the cart.php. However, the problem is that in the cart.php, we need to remove a code that would always prevent the user from entering the page. So this line of code, I'm going to comment this out. This is optional if you don't want the user to enter the cart page if they have not clicked, if they have not added anything to cart. You need to uncomment this. If you want users to access the cart page anyways, you can here uncomment this. So I'm gonna uncomment this and show you what's gonna happen now. Let me go to the home page, and in the home page, what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna click on the cart, and this is gonna take me to the cart, and I have here a problem. Let me refresh first. So now if I click on the cart again, as you can see, it's going to take me to the cart. And even if I remove this item from the cart, and if I go to the home page, and if I click, let me go to the home page, and if I click on a cart, on the cart icon, it's going to take me to the cart page. But I will not be able to check out. This is the layer of protection that I have added to this to the checkout page. So another thing that I'm going to be working on before working on the payment page is the navigation bar here. So the navigation bar we have here in the shop here. If you go to the cart, the home page is gonna work. Is not gonna work. So we need to fix this as well. So I want you to work on this because this is very simple, and consider this your homework. So I want you to work on this. It's very simple. All you need to do is that you need to open up the navigation bar of each page and change the URL. So for example, here in the cart, in the shopping bag icon, I want you to add here a tag, and I want you to surround this I with a tag, and I want you to add href here. That's gonna say cart.php, which is the same page. And for the home, we need to say index.php. And I want you to I want you to do this to all pages. So consider this as your homework. Let me save, and we are good to go. Welcome back. So now let's continue working on the placing an order feature. So I told you that the first step is to get info and store it in a database. So this is the step. This is getting the info. The second step is to get products from cart, and this step is this: get products from cart, which is this. And then the third step is to issue new order and store order info in database. We already done this. Let me copy this comment and add it in the right place. So this is the line that is going to issue or get. This is going to get the order from the database, and storing the order is this line of code is going to insert the order into the database. So the second step, let's say your second step is to issue a new order. The third step is to get products from the cart. I'm going to say here 3. And then the fourth step is to store each single item in orders table. We have done that. Let me copy this. This comment and add it in the right place. So this line of code is going to issue a new order and store, not this one actually, this one, store. Let me copy it. Store this line of code. This line of code is going to store each single item in items table, and this is getting the data from the session. And the fifth is to remove everything from the cart. And this step should be delayed for now because we need to remove everything from the cart only after user completes payment. So I'm going to say here delay until payment is done. So it's up to you. If you want to delete everything from the cart, you can do that, but I wouldn't recommend doing that because the user has not paid yet. After user completes payment, we can remove everything from the cart. And finally is to inform user whether everything is fine or not. And if everything is fine, which in this case everything is fine, we need to take the user to the payment page. So the fifth step is to remove everything from cart. I'm going to delay this. However, if you want to delete everything from the cart, you can use the onset function. You can use the onset and then pass the session and then cart. Just remove everything from the cart like this line of code. Very, very simple. However, again, I wouldn't recommend doing that. So I'm going to keep this code like here. I'm going to keep this code right here, and I'm not going to remove everything from the cart until user completes payment. And here the sixth step is to inform user whether payment was successful or not, and take user to the payment page. So in order to take the user to payment page, we need to use the header location and then the payment page. So I'm going to create a page called payment.php, and I'm going to attach here a get parameter. I'm going to say order status is equal to order placed successfully. And you can add this code in if statement after you check this execute. You can do this, or you can leave it here, because if something went wrong, the code will essentially break and the rest will not be executed. So if something goes wrong, we can use if statement with this execute. For example, we can say if something goes wrong here at this point, we can if this is wrong, if this is false, we can take the user to another page. But I'm not gonna complicate the code for now. I'm gonna keep the code very simple, and then later we can add more code as we move on. So this step is to take the user to the payment page with this parameter. So we need to display the payment button so that the user can complete the payment. So I'm going to create a new page here called payment.php. And the code for this page is going to be very similar to other pages. For example, it's going to be similar to the checkout, but I'm not going to display anything but a button, just a button with the payment information. So I'm going to copy the code from the checkout page, and then I'm going to paste it in the payment.php. And in the payment.php, what I'm going to do is that first I'm going to close down this footer because I'm not going to work on the footer. The footer is going to be the same. And I'm going to close down also the navigation bar. And in between we have the checkout. Instead of checkout, I'm going to say payment. And here I'm going to remove many things. So I'm going to remove this form. Actually, we just need to remove this form. I'm going to remove this form for now, and I'm just going to display here payment, And here in this dev, I'm just going to say P, and then I'm going to display the total cart. Remember, the total amount is stored in the session. So here I'm going to say echo, and then I'm going to echo the session. I'm going to say echo and then session. And what do we want to echo? We want to echo the total amount. I'm going to say here total, and then semicolon, and don't forget the $sign. And before the $sign, I'm just going to say total payment, and then semicolon, and then $sign. And of course you can display whatever you want to display, but I would recommend just keeping everything simple and just display this, the total amount. And then we need to display also an input, and that input is going to have a first class. I'm going to say class btn, and I'm going to say value, and the value is complete payment or proceed, pay now or pay now. Let's say pay now. And I'm going to also say type submit, type submit, and that's it. I'm going to be working on this later. And before testing, there is a couple of things I need to fix. The first thing is that in the placeorder.php, you'll find that the payment.php is not in the same directory as the place_order.php. Therefore, we need to say dot and then / because we need to go back or go out of the server, because the place order.php is inside the server folder. And if we just say payment without dot, it is going to try to find the payment.php in the server folder, and it's not gonna find it, and we are gonna get an error. So we need to say dot in order to go back, and then we will be able to access the payment. Or we can move the payment. You can move the payment to the server. Let's move the payment to the server if you want to keep things. Let's keep it like this. I don't want to confuse you right now. So here, don't forget to add dot and then / payment.php. Another thing that I want to do is that in the payment.php, at the top here, here we don't need to add this code. We just want to display the payment page, so we don't need this code. Let me remove this code for now. The only code that we want is the session. So we just need to say session start. Here we just need to say session start. So you need to say session start, and then you can here say echo and then total payment. And by the way, you can display the message. Let me show you the message that you can display. You can display the message that I passed from the place order. So the place order, I said here, order status is equal to order placed successfully. You can place this message by accessing the get parameter. So you can here say php, and then you can say echo, and then you can echo the get $sign, and then get $sign here, and then get, and then order status, order underscore status, and that's it. You can display it here, and don't forget the $sign. Let me click on file and then save all, and let me now head on over to the browser and test. So let's add something to the cart and start the process from the beginning. So I'm gonna click on buy now, and we should have this product in the cart. I already have this product in the cart, by the way. So let me here check out and place an order. Let me fill out this form quickly. So I filled out this form. Let me click on place order and see what's gonna happen. So if you click on place order, as you can see, you are gonna get here order placed successfully, and then total payment is this amount, and then pay now button. So we just need to fix here the design. I'm gonna say text center, because I want to center these things, and I also want to say here btn primary btn primary for now, just for now, and I can't change it later. Let me refresh, and as you can see, I'm gonna get this message, order placed successfully, and I want to remove the quotes from the order status. So here in the place order, we need to remove these double quotes. I'm gonna remove this, and I'm gonna remove this, and I should let me remove this as well. I'm gonna remove this, and I'm gonna remove this as well, and let me refresh. And as you can see, we have here order placed successfully, total payment is this, and then pay now button. So payment, I'm gonna be working, what I wanted to tell you is that I'm gonna be working on payment later because it's gonna take a lot of time. So I'm gonna be working on payment later, but for now we just need to know that the last step is payment. So we added the product to cart, we placed the order in the database, everything's fine except for payment. So payment, we just need to work on it later, and for now we need to work on other things and complete other things until we are done, and then I'm going to be working on payment. Welcome back. Now what we need to do is that we need to work on the login and registration pages. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to start with the registration page. So here we have the register.html. The first step is that we need to rename this register from register.html to register.php. This is the first step. The second step is that we need to open the register.php, and then we need to look for the form. Remember, we have here this form. Let me look for it here, this form, register. Let me close down this one first. Let me try to close down this because I don't want to let me close down this first here, and then let me close down this second, and now we have the register. So the register here, we have a form. As you can see, we have this form. So this form, it has the name, the email, the password, the confirm password, and the register here. So before we do anything, let's make sure that we have the names. We have name for the name, we have name for the email, for the password, for the confirm password. For the register button, we need to say here name. We need to say name, and the name is gonna be register. And that's it. For the form itself, I'm gonna give it action and method. I'm gonna say method, and the method is gonna be post. So the method is post. The action is going to be, and the action is going to be register.php, which is the same exact page. So I'm going to be using the same page to register the user. So at the top here, we need to add the logic of the registration. So at the top, I'm going to say here PHP and then PHP. And then what we want to do is that we want to get the data from the form. So let me first go to the register. I'm going to say here register to explain register.php, and to explain what I'm going to do. So the user would type their name, email, password, and confirm the password, and then would click on register. If everything is fine, we need to display that. Otherwise, we need to display an error. So what I'm going to do is that here I'm going to say if is set, and then post, because we are dealing with a post request. Is set post, and then this button which has a name called register. So we need to say if is set post register. We need to register the user, else we need to display an error or do something. So in case of error, I'm just gonna keep it empty for now. There is no need to display anything here. And in case the user forgets to fill one of these inputs, there is no problem, because if you try to click on register without filling one of one of these inputs, it's not going to allow you anyway. So we don't need to worry about this. So here, if register, if the post, if is set post register, what we want to do is that we want to get the data from the form. So we need to say here post, and then name. We need to get the name and store it in a variable called name. And then we need to get the email. So here we need email, and here I'm gonna say email, and then we need password, and here password, and then the password, and lastly the confirm password. So here I'm gonna say confirm password, confirm password, and I'm gonna store it in a variable called confirm password. Now the first thing that we need to check is that we need to compare the password. We need to compare the password with the confirm password and make sure that they match. So I'm going to say here if, and then if password is not equal to the confirm password, then we need to display an error. We need to say header, and then location, and then register.php, and then I'm going to pass a get parameter. I'm going to say error. So error is going to be equal to passwords don't match. And then I'm going to check another error, which is the length of the password. So if the password, if str length, and then password is smaller than, let's say, 6 characters, then I'm going to tell the user you cannot use a password that's less than 6 characters. So I'm going to say here header again, and then location, and then register.php, and then I'm going to say error is equal to password must be at least 6 characters. So let's display these errors. So how can you display these errors? You can use the get parameters here above the form. Just below the opening tag of the form, you can say here p paragraph, and then you can here say php, and then you can say echo, and then what do we want to echo? We want to echo the get parameter, the get error, and then we need to give this paragraph a color. I'm going to say style color red, because this is an error. Let's test this part, or let's continue first. I think we need to continue first because it's going to take some time. So let me continue first, and then we are going to test later. So this is going to check whether if passwords don't match, and here this is going to check if password is less than 6 characters. And then if there is no error, you can, by the way, add many errors. You can customize this depending on what you want to check, but I think these are the most important things. Then if there is no error, we can here start with the registration process. So the registration process is that we need to get these and then insert them into the database. So to do this, we need to start a connection. So to start a connection, we need to include, remember, we need to say here include, and then we need to include the server / connection, and then we need to use the connection variable. We need to say here con, and then we need to call a function called prepare, and then we need to insert into into what table? Into the users table. We need to insert into the users table, this users table, user ID, name, email, and password. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to say insert into users, and then what do we want to insert? We want to insert the name, email, and password, and the ID will be given by the database. So we need to say the first one is user_name, user_name. The second is user_email, user_email. The third is user_password. And here we need to say values, What are the values? The values are question marks, because I'm going to be using the bind. So I'm going to say here con. I'm going to say here statement. I'm going to store this in a statement. I'm going to say stmt is equal to con, and then I'm going to use this statement, and then I'm going to say bind param, and the parameters are 3 parameters: the username, the email, and the password, SSS. And then we need to pass the email, the name, and then email, and then password. However, there are two important things that we need to do before this. So these two things are: first, the password must be hashed. So in order to hash the password, we need to say here, MD5, and then pass the password. This is going to hash the password. This is very important, and this is one of the best practices of PHP when it comes to security. And if you want to find out more about best practices in PHP when it comes to security, you can take my course about the best practices of PHP, the best security practices of PHP. I highly recommend taking this course, because it's gonna teach you very important things that you need to take into account whenever you are working with PHP in order to avoid being hacked, and in order to protect your systems and your websites and your web applications. Anyways, we need now to do a very important thing, which is check. Before doing this, this is gonna create a new user. However, before creating a new user, we need to check whether there is a user with this email or not, because we cannot register the user with many users with the same email. So to do this, we need to create another statement. We need to say here con, and then we need to say prepare, and then select all from users where email is equal to question mark. And then I'm going to pass here the question mark. I'm going to say stmt1 is equal to this. And then I'm going to say stmt1 bind param, and then s, and then comma, and then email. And then I'm going to say here stmt, and then execute. and then I'm gonna say statement, and then bind result, and then I'm gonna say num underscore rows, and then statement, and then fetch, and then finally I'm gonna say if num browse is not, if it's not equal to 0, then we need to display an error. So I'm gonna say here header, and then location, and then register .php, and then error, and then I'm gonna say user with this email already exists. And here, by the way, we need to say count, and then count star, because we aren't interested in getting information. We are interested only in getting the number of rows. We need to find whether there's an email with, whether there's a user with this email or not. If there is, then we need to stop. Else, we need to continue. So here we need to say header, location, register.php, and display this error in case the number of rows is not equal to 0. So another thing that we need to fix here is that we need to say here user underscore email, not just email. Why? The reason is because in the database, remember in the users table, the column for the email is user underscore email. And here we are using SQL to connect to the database, and I'm here checking, I'm here saying where user email is equal to something. So we need to use this column, user underscore email. And also here, another thing that I wanted to fix here is the get error. This get error, if the error, if the get request is not set, this is gonna display an error. This is gonna display an error instead of displaying the error message itself. So we need to say here, we need to add if statement, and we need to say if is set, only is set, get is set get error. If the error is set error, then I'm gonna execute, I'm gonna here say echo, and then echo this code. That's it. So this code will never be executed unless there is an error message. This is very, very important. Finally, we need to continue working here after we say here statement bind param. We need to execute this. I'm going to say stmt, and then execute this, and we need to bind the we need to store the information in the session, and I'm going to work on this later. But for now, what we want to do is that we need to fix the code a little, because the code now is getting complicated. So here I'm going to say, in order to fix this code, I'm going to say here if password don't match, then we are going to display an error. Here, instead of saying another if statement, I'm going to say else if the password is less than 6 characters, then I'm going to display another error. Here I'm going to say else if there are no errors, if there are no errors, then I'm going to here say else, and then I'm going to push all of this code inside. All of this code will go inside this else. Here I'm going to close this else, and here inside this else, here I'm going to add a comment. I'm going to say if there is no error, then we need to display this. Let me add the closing bracket here and also the closing bracket here, and remove it from here, because this is gonna make the code more organized. So else if there is no error, then we need to check whether there is a user with this email or not. Here, if statement is gonna check if there is a user with already registered with this email, then we cannot continue. We need to send the user to the, we need to display an error message. Else I'm gonna add this code now. All of this code now will go inside here, and then I'm gonna add a curly bracket. And you need to double check your code because there are so many curly braces. If you get this wrong, it's not gonna work. So I want you to double check your code one more time. So let me here show you the code one more time. If user clicks on register, we get the data from the form and then check whether the email is whether the password and the password confirm match. If they don't match, we display an error. If there is another error, if the password is less than 6 characters, we also display an error. Else, if there are no errors, by the way, these are the errors that I have used. You can add more else ifs here if you want to check for more errors. But I think these are the most important two errors that I want the user to avoid. The password don't match and the password less than 6 characters. Else, if there are no errors, I'm gonna first check whether there is an email, whether there is a user with this email or not. If there is a user with this email, then we need to take the user to the, we need to display an error message. If there is no user with this email, if no user, let me add here a comment. If no user registered with this email before, then we can create a new account with this email and password. And finally here we need to say statement execute, and then we need to check this by saying if this is correct, if the account has been created successfully. What we want to do is that we need to get the data and display the data. We need to store the user information in the session, because at this point the account has been created successfully. So I'm gonna say here user email is equal to the user email. So here I'm gonna say user email is equal to the user email is equal to the email that the user registered with. And this session, I'm going to create another session with user username is equal to username or name. And we can also create a session logged in is equal to true. And that's it. And then we take the user to the account page. I'm going to say header and then location and then account and then .php, and I'm going to say here register and then is equal to you registered successfully. That's it. Else, if account was created successfully, else account could not be created for some reason. So we need to display an error here. Again, we need to use the header and then register and then location and then register and then .php, and then error is equal to could not create an account at the moment, and that's it. Else here you can display any error. You can here say, for example, header, and then location, register.php, and then error, and then you can say here, please fill in the form. The error is possibly at this point is that the post is not set. So that's it. And the last thing that we need to do is that we need to create the account.php page. So if you go to the account.php, you will find that we have a page called account.html, and we need to convert this to PHP. We need to say account.php. That's it. For now, I'm going to convert it to account.php, and then later I'm going to display the information there. And finally here, actually, if I use the header in the else, it's not going to allow me to enter the page anyways, because the is set here, whenever I enter the page, it's always going to be not set. The post is not going to be set. So here, actually, I shouldn't have this code at all. I should remove this completely. I should remove this code, and I shouldn't add this code for now. Let me save, and we can add another code that's going to check whether the user is logged in or not, in order to avoid the user to go to the register if they are logged in. But there is no need for this now. Here we need to say session start. This is the last thing that we need. And the last thing that I'm going to do is that here we need to say statement and then store result. This is very important. You need to call store result, otherwise it's not going to work. This is not going to work. And by the way, here after this if statement, we need to check whether the user is logged in or not, but I'm going to work on this later because I don't want to confuse you right now. So let me now head on over to the browser and test. So first we need to go to the register page, because as you can see, there is no link for the register. So I'm going to say register.php, and then let me create an account. So let me here create an account, and I'm going to type everything correctly, and let me here create an account. So if I click on register, and if everything is fine, as you can see, it's going to take me to the account page, and now in the database I should find my account. So my account has been created. Now let me go to the register page and try to test for other possible scenarios. Now if I go to the register page, the first problem that I have is that I will be able to go to the register page even though I already have created an account. So this is a problem that I'm going to work on shortly, but first let's test the problems. So the first problem is that if you click on register without filling the form, it's not going to allow you, which is great. And if you try to create an account with the same email, for example, if I try to create an account with this email, let me test. It's not going to allow you. Let me show you this. So if I click on register, it's going to say here user with this email already exists. So this is going to protect the form from creating two accounts with the same email. If you test with the, let's say that the user did not type let's say the emails, the passwords don't match. So if I type here a password, and in the second field I'm going to type another password that don't match, if I click on register, it's going to say here password don't match. So you can test this, and I'd recommend testing this multiple times in order to avoid any problems with your form. The last problem is that we need to fix is the registration. So here in the form we need to say else if, and then we need to check the session. We need to say session is set session logged in. Remember, we have here a key called logged in. So if user is logged in, then what we need to do is that we need to say header dot location, and then index or account account.php, and we need to take the user to the account.php because at this point the user has already registered, and we need to exit. So let me test this. So now I'm logged in, I'm registered. So if I try to go to the registration page, I shouldn't be able to enter the, as you can see, I will not be able to enter the registration page. Let me here say register one more time, register.php, and if I try to go to the register, it's not going to allow me because this is going to protect the registration page. I'm going to say here, if user has already registered, then take user to account page. And also in the registration page we have a link here. We have a link for login, so we need to activate this link. I'm going to say here href, and this is going to take the user to the login.php, which is the page that I'm going to work on. So now our registration system is complete. Welcome back. Now what we need to do is that we need to work on the login page. And in order to work on the login page, the first step is that we need to convert the login page from login.html to login.php. So I'm going to rename the page and I'm going to give it the PHP extension. I'm going to say login.php. So this is the first step. Now let me go to the login page. I'm going to say here / and then login.php. And this is the login page. So what we need to do is that we need to take the user from this login to the account if they log in successfully. So in the login page, let me open up the login page and let's start working on this. So the first thing is that we need to make sure that the form that we have a form. So we have a form, as you can see, and we have two inputs. We have the email and the password and the login button. So what we need to do is that here in this form we need to give it action and method. So I'm going to say action. The action is going to be login.php, the same page, and the method is obviously going to be post. And let's work on the logic. But before I work on the logic, we need to give this button, this input, we need to give it a name. So I'm going to say here name, and the name is going to be login btn. Login_btn. Now at the top we need to add the PHP code that's gonna check and process the login in this page. So here I'm gonna say first include, and then what we want to include is that we want to include the server /connection. And then we want to also include the session. So I'm going to say at the very top, I'm going to say session start, because we need to use the session later. And we need to use if statement to check the button if user clicked on the button, on the login button. So I'm going to say is set post, and is set post login_btn, which is this button. Remember, this button that I just gave it a name, login_btn, login_btn. And then here in this login, what we want to do is that we want to get user information. So we need to get the email and the password. I'm going to say email is equal to post email, and the password is equal to post password. And then we need to use the connection in order to connect to the database. So I'm going to say con, and then prepare, and then we need to say select what do we want to select? We want to select the email, we want to select the user ID and the user ID and the user email and the username as well. I'm going to first say username, user underscore name, and comma, and then email, user email, and user password, where from users where user name, user email is equal to question mark and password, user password is equal to question mark. And then we need to say limit 1. We want only one user. And then we need to store this in a variable called statement, stmt. And before I proceed, we need to say here MD5. We need to hash the password in order to compare the password with the hashed password in the database. So here we need to say MD5. And then we want to use this stmt to bind. We need to say stmt and then bind param, and then we want to bind the ss email and password, and then we need to execute. We need to say here stmt execute. This is going to execute this query. And then I'm gonna here check. I'm gonna say if the statement is returns true, then here we have a result, else we don't have a result. So if this is true, what we want to do is that we need to bind the result. We need to say statement and then bind result. So what are the values that we want to get from the database? We want to get the user ID, we want to get the user name, and we want to get the user email, and we want to get the user password. And then we need to say fetch, statement fetch. We need to fetch the result. But before I fetch the result, I'm gonna say if statement num underscore rows is equal to 1. If there's only one user, then we need to fetch. We need to say statement fetch. We need to say here statement and then fetch. Statement stmt and then fetch. This is gonna get the result from the database. and we need to store this fetch in a variable, let's say raw, because this is going to return only one raw. So raw is going to be equal to statement fetch, and here error here there must be an error, and that's it. Now we want to get the result from the database. So we can use this raw in order to access these parameters, or we can use these parameters immediately. So if we decide to use these parameters immediately, there is no need to store this in a row. We just need to say fetch, and then we can store now everything in the session. We need to say session, and then user underscore ID is equal to the ID, to user ID, and then username session username session user name is equal to user underscore name. Here, by the way, I should say user underscore name, and here user underscore name, and then session user underscore email is equal to user email, and then session user password. We shouldn't be storing the user password. We don't need to do this, and we shouldn't be doing this actually. The last thing that we need to store in the session is the login status, and here we need to say logged in is equal to true. And that's it. Now what we want to do is that we want to handle errors. So here, in case of error, we need to say header, and then location index, location login.php, and then error is equal to something went wrong. And here, in case of success, we just need to take the user to the login page. I'm going to say to the account page. Location, and then account.php. And here we can say message is equal to logged in successfully. You can display this message to the user. And here, what I need to do here before I test, I need to say statement and then store result. So that's it. Here, in case of success, we need to do this, and that's it. Let me now save, and let me also display the errors. So the errors can be displayed above the form. So above the form, here P, and then style, color, red, and class, text center. And here I'm going to say PHP, and I'm going to say if is set get, if is set get error, then we need to display the error. Echo get error semicolon. And regarding handling the errors, here in case the row is not equal to 1, then we can also say else, and then we can copy this header and display an error. And here we can say login.php, and then error is equal to here could not verify your account, or there is no account with these credentials. And here, in case of error, we need to display here something went wrong. And also, let me add the registration link here. I'm going to say href is equal to register.php. Let me go to the login page to test. So first of all, I'm going to go to the login page and refresh. And I'm going to here try to log in with the account that I have created earlier with this account. So I know my email and password. Let me here say info@email.com. So if I click on login, as you can see, I will be taken to my account. And if I go back to the login page, let's log in with an email that doesn't exist. So if I try to log in with this with these credentials, it's going to say couldn't verify your account. This is for this part. And the last thing that we need to do is that we need to prevent the user from going to login page if they are logged in. And to do this, we need to add here. So here, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to add if statement at the top, and then I'm going to say session is set session is set session logged in logged underscore in. If user is logged in, then we need to take the user to the account page. So I'm going to say here location header location, and then I'm going to take the user to the account, and then that's it. We just take the user to the account page and we exit in case the session is set. Similarly with the registration page, in order to protect the page completely, we need to, instead of saying else if here, we should actually copy this part and remove it from here and add the curly bracket here. Don't forget the curly bracket. And at the top, we need to say, here at the top, we need to say if user is logged in, then we take them to the account page. Let's now test. Let me now test this. So now I should be logged in. So if I try to go to the login page, I will not be able to. So if I go to the login, I will not be able to. If I try to go to the register, I will not be able to. As you can see, I will not be able to go to either the registration page or the login page because I'm not logged in. Welcome back. Now what we need to do is that we need to work on the account page, because if you go to the account page without logging in, if I go to the account, I will be able to access the account page. And we also need to display information about the user who logged in. So there are two things that we need to work on. The first thing is that I'm going to open the account.php, and then in the account.php, the first thing is that we need to protect this page. So to protect this page, we need to add here phpcode, and then we need to check the session. So we need to say session start, and then if is set session logged in is false. If is false, I'm going to add here exclamation. If is set session logged in is false, then if the user is not logged in, then we need to take them to the login page. I'm going to say header, and then location.php login.php. This is for the account here, and in the account we need to display the user information. So to display the user information, we can use the session. So in order to do this, we can use the session directly here. Remember, in the account page, if you go to the account page, let me first show you where it is. So it's here. It's gonna be here in this account. So in this account we have the name and the email, and here we have the name and the email. So we need to replace these with the sessions. So instead of saying name John here, I'm going to say PHP and then echo session, and then user underscore name, I think. Let me check that from the login. From the login, we have set the session username, and in the registration, we all have also set the session to username and email. So we have the username and the email. So here I'm going to say echo username, session username, and then semicolon. And similarly with the email, PHP and then echo, and then session email, user email. And here I'm going to say exit. This is very important. You need to say here exit. And we also need to check for double protection here. For adding an extra layer of protection, you can here say if is set session user name, then we can echo this. We can echo this code. This is just for protection, extra layer of protection. And similarly here I'm going to say is set session user email. And I'm going to also activate the buttons. So we have two buttons. We have logged out and orders. So for the orders, in order to activate the orders will be in the bottom. So in order to do this, we just need to add here in the orders, we need to give it an ID. This section, we need to give it an ID. I'm going to say ID, and the ID is going to be order or orders. The ID is orders. And here I'm going to say href hashtag orders. And for the logout, we need to log the user out. So we need to add here a link for logging out, but I'm going to work on this shortly. Let's first test this. So I'm going to here refresh the account, and I will not be able to check the account anymore unless I log in. So let me log in. Let me log in with the account that I created, and then let me click on login. And as you can see, it's going to display my information here. And if I try to go to the login page, if I try here to go to the login.php, I will not be able to. So I will not be able to go to the login page because I'm logged in. If I try to go to the register page, register.php, I will not be able to. And if I click on your orders, it's going to go to this section. For the logout, we need to work on the logout in order to log the user out. Welcome back. Now what we need to do is that we need to work on the logout. So if I click on logout, nothing is going to happen. So we need to activate this button. So if you go to the account.php, you will find that we have here a button called logged in. And here we have href. We need to say here account.php, and then we need to add question mark, and then logout is equal to 1. And then I'm going to go to the here in the account at the top, I'm going to say if is set get log out, and then I'm going to say if is set session logged in. If user is logged in, then we need to log them out. And to log the user out, we need to unset the session. We need to unset session user logged in first, logged in, but this is not enough. We need also to unset the user email and the user username. In other words, we need to delete the username and the email because they logged out. So I'm going to say unset session user email, and also I'm going to say unset session username. And lastly, I'm going to say header, and then location, and then login.php. So this is going to take the user to the login page one more time. And finally, we just need to exit. Let me now save, and let me head on over to the browser to test. So now in the browser, I'm logged in. Let me first refresh. And let me click on logout. If I click on logout, I will be taken to the login page. So it worked successfully. And you can test that even one more time if you want. So let me test one more time. I'm gonna log in one more time, and then now I'm logged in. Let me click on logout. If I click on logout, I will be taken to the login page. Welcome back. Now what we need to do is that we need to work on the change password functionality. So in order to do that, we need to open up the account.php because this functionality, this feature, is in the account.php. And here in the account.php, we have the account here, and then if you scroll, you'll find that we have here a form for changing the password. So this form, let's start working on this form. As usual, we need to say method. We need to give this form a method, and the method is going to be post. And then I'm going to also give it a action. So the action is just going to be the same page. I'm going to say account.php. And the password has a name, password, and the confirm password has also a name, confirm password. And then the button, we need to give the button a name. I'm going to say here name, and the name for this button is going to be change underscore password. Change password. Very, very simple. Change password. Now we need to work on the PHP part. So at the top, since this is a post request, we need to say if, and then we need to check the post change password parameter. I'm going to say is set, and then I'm going to here say post. I'm going to say is set post, and I'm going to pass the change password button, change password, because remember the button, I have given the button, again I have given the button here a name called change password. The next step is that we need to get the name, we need to get the password and the confirm password from the fields, from these fields. And to do this, here inside this if statement, we need to say here password is going to be equal to post password, and the confirm password, I'm going to say here confirm password, here confirm password is going to be equal to post confirm password, post confirm password. And now what we need to do is that we need to get a code that we already created, which is verifying that the password that the two passwords match, and also the password is not less than 6 characters. And we already have that code in the register. If you go to the register, you'll find that we have this code. So let's copy this code in order not to repeat this code. So I'm going to copy this code, and then I'm going to paste it here. I'm going to copy it, and then I'm going to paste it here. However, this code is going to be a little different. If passwords don't match, we need to redirect to the same page. We need to say header location account.php, and then error is equal to password don't match. And if the password is less than 6 characters, we need to say location and then account and then here error is equal to password must be at least 6 characters. And else, if there is no error, we need to say else if no errors. And before I continue, you need to make sure that the curly braces, the number of curly braces is correct. So here we have 1, 2, 3, and here 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. This is the closing. This is the opening, and this is the closing curly bracket, and this is for the else. So make sure that you don't have any problems. And I'm gonna push this code so that you see the structure very well. So here, in case we have no errors, so if we don't have any errors, what we want to do is that we want to make a query. So in order to make a query, we need to import here at the top. We need to say include, and then we need to say server /connection.php. And then we need to use the connect here. We need to say con here, con, and then prepare. And then what we want to do is that we want to update the password. So to update the password, we need to say update users, and then set password. Password is equal to question mark, actually user password, user underscore password, user password is equal to question mark, where user underscore email is equal to, again, question mark, user email is equal to question mark. And after that, we need to execute this. So in order to execute this, we need to say we need to store this first in a statement. I'm going to say here stmt is equal to this, and then we need to say stmt, and then first we need to bind param, and we need to bind two things. We need to bind the password and the email. So we need to say user the password is this password. So first we need to bind the password. So we need to say comma and then password, and then comma, and then email. So the email is in the session. Remember, the email is in the session. So to get the email from the session, we need here to say user email is equal to user is equal to session user underscore email. And here I'm going to say user email. And before I bind, we need to hash the password. So I'm going to say MD5. Here I'm going to say MD5, and then I'm going to pass the password inside the MD5. This is considered one of the best practices, and if you want to know more about PHP best practices and security best practices, you can take my course about that. I'd highly recommend taking this course if you really want to know more about security best practices of PHP. So after this, what we want to do is that we want to execute. So I'm going to say here stmt, and then we just need to execute. It's very similar. If you check this code out, you'll find that it's similar to other codes. So it's similar to this. For example, we bind the param and then we execute, and that's it. But we don't here. The difference is that here we get the result. Here we prepare and then bind the param and then execute, and then we get the result. But here, since we are just updating, we don't need to do anything else. We just need to check if password has been updated or not. If this is true, we can here say header, and then location, and then account dot php, and then message is equal to password has been updated successfully. Else, if the password has not been updated, then we need to do the same. We need to copy this exit, or we need to copy this header, and then we need to paste it here, and then we need to say error instead of message, error, and then we need to say could not update password. And now what we want to do is that we want to store messages. So to store messages, to display actually messages. So in order to display messages above the form, here above this form, account this form, above this form, I'm going to display two P tags. The first P tag is going to be for the errors, and the second one will be for success messages. So here I'm going to say class text center, and the style color is going to be red, and in between I'm going to say here PHP, and then I'm going to say if is set get, if is set get error, if there's an error, then we need to display it. We need to say echo, and then what do we want to echo? We want to echo the get error, Pretty simple. And in case of success, we need to copy the same exact paragraph, this paragraph, and then we need to paste it below here, and then we need to say, instead of red, I'm going to say green, and then I'm going to say if is set get message, then we need to display the message. So that's it, very simple. Let me save and let's head on over to the browser to test. So I'm going to head on over to the browser and I'm going to refresh first, and then I'm going to here display, as you can see here, it's going to say logged in successfully because I displayed the message, because in the login, by the way, in the login I passed, upon logging in, I passed this message, logged in successfully, and in case of error, couldn't verify password. So here, let me here update my password. So I'm going to type a new password. I'm going to here type a new password and see what's going to happen. So I'm going to type here a new password, and then I'm going to click on change password. And as you can see here, I have a very simple error. It says account was not found on the server, and this is a very simple error. The error is because I have here in the form, I should say not in the form, in the code, I should say account, let me check one more time, account this. So the error is here. I should say account.php error is equal to blah blah blah. So that's it. And another error that I have is here. I should say confirm camel case password. So we need to make sure that we don't have errors before I test one more time. Let me now save and test. So I'm gonna save and let me go back and let's test. So let me remove this get request and let me refresh. So now let me type a new password. I'm gonna here type a new password and test with a new password. So if I click on change password, as you can see, it says here password has been updated successfully. And if password don't match, for example, if I type here a password and in the second field I type another password, it's gonna say password don't match. If I type a password that's very short, let me here type a password that is very short, and then if I click on change password, it's gonna say password must be at least 6 characters. So this is how it works, and this is you will allow users to change their passwords if they want to. And another thing that I wanted to talk about is upon registering, after the user registers, we will display this message. User was not this one, actually this one. You registered successfully. So we have this register message. You can display it here in the account. You can display it in this account here. Here register success. Let me say register underscore success, and here I'm gonna say register. Here we don't need, actually here we don't need a we just need error. So here register success. So in the account, what we want to do is that we want to display this message above this form. In the account, we want to display it above not this form, above this name. So here I'm going to say P. I'm going to copy this P. I'm going to copy this P. And then I'm going to say green. And then I'm going to say if get register underscore success, then display the register underscore success. Similarly, with the login, we have here a message. Remember, in the login we have error and message. We can say, instead of message, let's say login underscore success, and here that's it, login success. So in case of success, I'm going to display this message as well. I'm going to copy this paragraph, and let me copy this paragraph, and then let me paste it here, and instead of register success, I'm going to say login success, login underscore success, and here login underscore success. And let me save, and let's test this. So now in the page, if I log out, and if I try to log in, let me log in now. Let me log in one more time. So if I log in, guess what? If I log in, a message will be displayed. So if I click on login, as you can see, it's gonna say here logged in successfully. Similarly with the registration, if you register successfully, another message will be displayed here. So now our this area is complete. The account info as well as the change password area, both are complete. Welcome back. Now what we need to do is that we need to get the user ID in the registration page, and also in the place order. So in the registration page, upon registering, after the user registers a new account, after the user creates a new account, we need to get their ID, the ID that was given by the database, which is going to be unique, and it's very, very important. So to get that ID, we can use, remember here in the place order, we have used this variable, which is this member variable, which is insert ID, to get the ID that was inserted, which is the user ID. So here in this case, it's going to be here after we make sure that the account has been created, we can say user ID is equal to, and then statement stmt, and then insert ID. And then we need to insert the user ID in the session. So we need to say session, and then user underscore ID. And here we can say user ID. In the login page, we already have the user ID. We already got the user ID upon logging the user in. In the place order, remember in the place order, I have said here that the user ID is gonna be 1 just for testing and just for not leaving it empty, because we couldn't leave that empty. Now instead of saying 1, I'm gonna get the user ID from the session. I'm gonna say session and then user underscore ID. User underscore ID. And that's it. And make sure that the key is user underscore ID. And here make sure again that the key is user underscore ID. And here make sure that the key is user underscore ID, because otherwise there will be a conflict between IDs and between keys, and you will not be able to get the user ID. Here we also have, I think we have here the user ID, which is this user ID, which is this one. So we don't have to change anything else. That's it, and everything is perfect. Welcome back. Now what we need to do is that we need to get orders. So as soon as user places an order, we need to display the order here. And if the order has been filled, we also need to display history of all orders that the user has made. So we can display the order and the date, and we can also display the status of the order, whether the order was delivered or paid or not paid. All of these things must be displayed in the user account. So let's work on this area. So this area exists in the, remember, in the order, in the account.php, in the orders, under this orders section. So under this orders section, we don't have a form or anything, because there will be no form. Instead there will be a script. I'm going to create a script that's going to get all of the orders. So to do this, here in this account, at the beginning here, let me close this so that our code becomes a little shorter. Here, so we have all of this code. Let me close all of these, and here I'm going to add a comment, and then I'm going to say get orders. So to get the orders, first we need to say if, and then we need to get all of the orders. And to get all of the orders, we need to make sure that the user is logged in. So I'm going to say if session is set, if user is logged in, then what we need to do, logged in, what we need to do is that we need to get all of the orders. And to get all of the orders, we can use here a code that we already have, which if you open the server and then get orders, get codes, for example, you can copy this code and then paste it here inside this if statement. But we need to import the server, so we already imported the connection, server connection. So here, instead of saying prepare select all from products, we need to say select all from orders, where user ID, user underscore ID. Let me show you that in the database. In the order, we can get the order by knowing the user ID. So we need to know the user ID so that we get only orders that belong to that specific user. So here I'm going to say where user ID is equal to, and then question mark. That's it. And then what I'm going to do is that I'm going to say stmt bind param, and then we need to bind the user ID. So to get the user ID, we need here to say session user underscore ID, session user ID, user underscore ID. And here we need to pass the user ID, and here execute, and then get results, and then get, here I'm going to say orders. This is going to be orders. So orders is going to be equal to statement get result. Very simple. And then we need to loop over all of the orders. So the orders will contain the order ID, the order cost, the order status, which is very important, the user phone number, the city, the user address. These things are not important. These things are for us because we, as the owners of the website, we need to, or the business, the owners of the business, we need to know the user address and the user city and the user phone number in order to contact the user. But for the user, we just need to display reference to the user, such as the order ID, the order cost, and the status, and the date as well. So let's display these things. I'm going to display the order ID, cost, status, and date. So here, remember, we have here order, we have product, date. We only have the product and date, and I don't want that. Instead, I'm going to say order ID, and I'm going to create another column, and that is going to be for the order cost, and then th, and then what else? Order cost, order status, which is very important, order status, and then date, order date. And we need to here create a loop. So here I'm gonna create, instead of displaying this static code, I'm gonna remove this code or comment this code out, and instead I'm gonna create a loop here. I'm gonna say PHP, and here I'm gonna say while and then curly bracket, only open the curly bracket, and then orders, and then fetch a source, and then I'm gonna say here raw is equal to orders fetch a source, and then in between I'm gonna display this code. I'm gonna now uncomment this code. Let me uncomment this. And I'm gonna push it as well. Let me push it. And below we need to close the curly bracket. Here I'm gonna say PHP, and then I'm gonna close the curly bracket, and in between I'm gonna here say, instead of the image, we don't need this image, I'm gonna comment this image out, and instead I'm gonna display the order. Here I'm gonna display the order. I'm gonna say order ID, which is gonna be PHP raw echo raw order ID, order underscore ID. So this is for the TD, for this TD, and then we want to create another TD here, TD, and then this TD is going to be for the order ID for the order cost. So this TD is going to be for the order cost. I'm going to say span, and then PHP, and then echo, and then raw order cost, and then order status, and then order date. So I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to paste it below, and then I'm going to say order status, and finally order date. Instead of this, I'm going to say order date. Let me save, and let's head on over to the browser to test. So now let me refresh here, and I should get all of the orders, and as you can see I will not get any orders. And as you can see I will not get any orders because I didn't make any orders. But let me intentionally change my user ID to 1, because I made user number 1 has made all of these IDs, and I have a user ID of 8. So I'm going to say 1. I'm going to change my ID here like this. Of course, you shouldn't be doing this in a real system because otherwise you will ruin your system. And by the way, I need to log out because the ID is stored in the session. So I'm going to log out and then I'm going to log in one more time. I'm going to log in, and now I should get all of the orders. So as you can see, I'm going to get all of these orders. I'm going to get the order number 6, 7, 8, 5, 6, 7, 8, and they belong to me. The reason why I got these because they belong to me. And let me fix the table a little. To fix the table, we just need to remove this class. Let me remove this class. And let me refresh. And it didn't fix it because I think we don't need all of this. We actually don't need all of this. I'm going to comment this out or delete this completely. And instead, I'm going to be using a span, just like the other rows. So here I'm going to use a span instead. I'm going to say here span, and then I'm going to say order ID. And here order ID, so it should work now. So it's now better. Now it's better, and we just need to let me head on over to the orders. So in the CSS, let me quickly fix this. So in the style, in the orders, we have here the orders th in the nth child is on the right side, so we need to comment this out, and we need to, I think this is perfect. So this is perfect. Let me try to refresh and test. So this should fix it. As you can see, it has been fixed. The order date, I think the order date is here. The order here takes a line left. We need to comment this out. Just comment this out, and this should fix it. So as you can see, it has been fixed. So now we have all of the orders and all of the dates on the right side. And lastly, I'm going to display a button to take the user to a new page to display information about each order. Therefore, in the account here, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to add a new th here. I'm going to say th, and then I'm going to say order info, order details. And then I'm going to here create a td. I'm going to say td, and then here we just need to create a form. Let me create a form, and then I'm going to say input, and then I'm going to say a class button, btn button, and type submit, and value is details. Let me refresh, and we should have here order details. As you can see, order details, and it's clickable, so you can add here order details. btn, let's use the order one of the classes that we had, so we can say btn, and then I think here we have the class, this class, but I don't want to use any other class that could ruin our design, so we can create quickly a in the CSS we can create a class. Here in the orders, I'm going to say that orders, and in the orders, this orders. So in this orders, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to say details dot order details button. The color is going to be white, and the background color is going to be orange. So now it should now display an awesome button. By the way, I forgot to add here the button. I'm going to say order details button, order hyphen details hyphen button. Let me now refresh one more time, and as you can see, we will have these buttons. Welcome back. Now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to take the user to the details of each of these orders. So for example, order number 5 will contain details such as the products that were purchased with this order. So there could be, for example, 1 to a number of products. So the minimum number of products that could belong to a specific order is 1, of course, and then a customer could buy more than one, or could have bought more than one product in each single order. So if the user clicks on details, we need to take them to a page to display details about that order, which is details. What I mean by details is the products. So here in the orders table, as you can see, we have, for example, order number 5, which was created by user number 1. And if you go to the order items, we will find order number 5 has 2 products. So 2 products were bought in this order. So this order, in this order, there were 2 products bought with this order. So let's work on this. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create a new page. I'm going to first close down all of these, and then I'm going to create a new page here. I'm going to say, I'm going to click here on this icon, and then I'm going to create a new page called order underscore details.php. And then I'm going to copy the code from the account. So I'm going to go to the account, and then what I'm going to copy is that I'm going to copy the head, this area all the way to this part, and then I'm going to paste it here, and then I'm going to copy the lower part, which consists of 3 tags, and then I'm going to paste it here in this new order details, and then I'm going to copy the navigation bar. So we have this navigation bar. Let me close it first. I'm going to close this navigation bar, and then I'm going to copy this navigation bar, and then I'm going to paste it here. And then I'm going to close it down as well, and let me add some space first. And then what we want, let me add enough space first. Here I'm going to add a big space. And let me close this. And the next thing that we want is the footer. So I'm going to get the footer from the account. So from the account here we have the footer, which is this part. I'm going to copy the footer as well. And then I'm going to paste the footer in the order details. I'm going to paste it here. And then I'm going to again close it down because we don't want to work on it. Let me here close everything. And that's it. Now we need to work on the order details area, this area. So in order to work on this area, we need to copy again a code from the account in order to not to create the code from scratch. So we have this code. Remember this orders. I'm going to close this orders, and then I'm going to copy it. I'm going to copy this orders. and then I'm going to paste it here in the order details. I'm going to paste it here. And we need to change many things. The first thing is that we need to display the order. We need to display, instead of order, first I'm going to change this to order details. And then instead of displaying the order itself, we need to display the products that belong to that order. So to do this, we need to check the database. So in the database, what we can display is that we can display each single order has, of course, a product. We need to display the product ID. We actually don't need to display the product ID. We need to display the product name, the product image, and the product price, and possibly the quantity. And yes, the quantity is important. And that's it. So we need to display these things. We need to display the name, the image, the price, and the quantity. So I'm going to say here product name, and then product image, price, quantity. Product name. The image is going to be with the name, so there is no need for another column. So product name, and then image, price, quantity. Image, we have the image, then price, and quantity. And here I'm going to just say product, because this product column will contain the product as well as the image. So here what I'm going to do is that I'm going to say I'm going to uncomment this. Now we need this, and we don't need this. I'm going to remove this. We don't need this, and we don't need this either. I'm going to remove this, and for now I'm going to also remove this, and I'm going to keep only one. I'm going to just keep these two. So I'm going to remove the PHP code, and I'm going to remove this as well, and I'm going to remove also this PHP code. I'm going to remove it for now, but I'm going to get it later because we need to do the same. So I'm going to remove it for now just to show you the page. So let me head on over to the browser, and let me go to the order details. I'm going to go to the here. I'm going to say order underscore details.php. So if I go to the order details, as you can see, I'm going to get this table, product, price, quantity, and here it says details, and that's it. We need now to work on this, but before I do this, let me fix here. I have a problem. I need to increase actually the header part. I'm going to say here margin top 5, and let me refresh this. This should fix it. And instead of saying orders, I'm going to say order details. And we have here the product, price, quantity, and we can display something else, or we just can keep it just simple. Let's keep it like this for now, and then we can later fix this. So let me now work on the PHP side. So at the top here, what we want to do is that we want to get the details about that product. So to do this, the first step is that we need to include the connection to the server. I'm going to say include, and then I'm going to say server / connection.php, and then we need to pass the product ID from the account. So if user here in the orders, if user clicks on details, which is this form, we need to take the user to the order details.php. So here in the form we need to say method, and the method could be just get request. We don't have to use a post request for this. And the method and the action. So the action could be and should be order underscore details dot php. And this button, we need to give this button a name. I'm going to give it a name. I'm going to say name is equal to order details underscore btn. And we need to pass the order. We need to say here input, and then type hidden, and then we need to say value, and the value is going to be equal to the order ID. Value, and the value is going to be equal to php, and then echo, and then we need to echo the raw, and we need to say here order ID, order underscore ID. And we need here to say name, and the name is going to be order underscore ID. So we have these two inputs now. Let me first check the account page. I'm going to go to the account.php, and as you can see, this is the button. This is the button. These are the buttons. Let me now go to the order details and work on this part. So in the order details, we need to say if, and then we need to check is set get order details btn, and is set get order ID. So if we have these two, what we need to do is that we need to connect to the database and get the details. So I'm going to say here connection. I'm going to first get the order ID. I'm going to say order ID is going to be equal to get, and then order underscore ID. And then we need to connect to the database. So I'm going to say con and then prepare, and then select all from order items, order underscore items, where order underscore ID is equal to question mark. Now let me say here where, and then I'm going to store this in a variable called statement. I'm going to say here stmt is equal to this, and then we need to say here stmt, and then bind param, and then we need to bind the order ID. We need to say here order ID, and we just need to execute. We need to say stmt execute, and lastly we need to say statement, and then get result, and then we can store the result in a variable called order underscore details. So order details is going to be equal to this. Else, if we don't have these things, if the order details button or the order ID are not found, else I'm going to say here header, and then I'm going to take the user to the account page back. Location, I'm going to take the user back to the account page because there is no product. And then I'm going to say here exit. And here we need to create a loop. So here we need to say PHP, and then while, and then open the bracket, just open it. And here I'm going to say raw is equal to order details fetch a source. And then at the bottom here, we need to close this. We need to, here we need to say, actually below this, here we need to close the PHP, we need to say PHP, and then we need to close the curly bracket. And in between we need to display the image. Remember, we need here to display the image, so I'm gonna remove this, and then I'm gonna say PHP, and then echo raw, and then order image, I think, product image. We have the product image. So in the database, if you check the database, you'll find that we have the column in the orders table, in the order items, not the orders, the order items. In the order items, we have the product image. So we can here say product underscore image. And we need also to display the product name here, PHP, and then echo raw product name. And then don't forget the semicolon, and here also don't forget the semicolon. Let me copy this line because I'm going to be using it a lot here. Actually, not a lot, a couple of times. Anyways, let me copy it and then let me paste it here. And here we need to say product. The third thing is the product price, and then lastly the product quantity, product quantity. And for security reasons, it's better to use a post request. In the account here, I said that we could use the get here. We could use the get, and that's fine. But if you want extra security, it's better to say post. So it's up to you. It's up to you. You can use the get or the post. Let's try the post first, and then you can go back to the get. The get is easier in terms of getting the data, but for extra protection, the post is better. And here it must be post. Let me now save, and let's head on over to the browser and test. So now in the browser, the first thing that I'm going to do is that I'm going to log in. I'm going to go to my account. I'm going to say login.php, and let me log in. So if I click on login, I will be taken to my account, and let's click on details of this product, of this order. And as you can see, I will get the details, and these products are correct because in the remember in the orders table, order number 5 has 2 products, white shoes and black bag, and that's correct, white shoes and black bag. Lastly, we need to delete these buttons. We don't need these buttons actually. So in the order details, I'm going to delete these 2 buttons. I'm going to delete this actually. I'm going to delete this completely, and I'm going to center here this table. I'm going to say mx auto, and let me refresh. And as you can see now, it looks amazing. We have the product, we have the price, and we have the quantity. And of course, you can display the $sign here. You can display the $sign just before the product. And now it's going to look amazing, and the user will be able to check any order details that they... Welcome back. Now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to display, instead of on hold, I'm going to say not paid. You can say on hold, or you can say not paid, or whatever you want to say. But it's very important to be descriptive, and you need to know these keywords, because these keywords will help you know the determine the status of your order. So I personally used to use on hold. You can use not paid. I think not paid is better. If you are going to display this to the user, and I think you are, then it's better to say not paid, because on hold the user might be confused. So if here, whenever we create an order, let me remind you, if you go back to the place order, the default value as soon as the user creates an order, as soon as the user makes an order, the order status is on hold. You can use whatever keyword you want. You can use not paid, whatever key you want. Let's say not paid. Not paid. So by default, it's gonna be not paid, because the user by default is gonna place the order and then pay for the products. So let me change this to not paid, and let me keep it small letters, because if I compare, I don't want to do extra work. So here in the database, we also need to change the old values of the old orders that I have created. So the old orders here in the orders table, the orders that I have already created. You can again use whatever keyword you want. Let's say not paid instead of on hold. Not paid. I'm gonna say not paid. And for example, suppose that this was paid. I'm gonna assume that this was paid. So if it's paid, I'm gonna say delivered. For example, it's delivered. Let's say delivered. For example, let's say that this was delivered. For the sake of testing, I'm gonna assume that this was delivered. So in the now, if I refresh, guess what? If I refresh, these orders are not paid except for this. This one was delivered. So what I'm gonna do now is that if the order was not paid, and if the user clicks on details, we need here to display a button that would allow the user to pay for that product, so that we ship that product to or products to the user. So to do this, in the order details, we need to check that. And to do this, again, we need to go back to the account, and here in the account, we need to create a new input. We need to say input, and then we need to say type hidden, and then we need to say value, and then the value is gonna be PHP, and then echo, and then raw, and then we need to store the order status. Here I'm going to say order status, and then I'm going to close the PHP here. And then what I'm going to do is that I'm going to say name is equal to order status. And then now in the order details, we need to receive that order status. So at the top, remember at the top here, we need to say order underscore status is equal to post, and then order underscore status. And now in the bottom, we need to display a button that's going to allow the user to pay if the order status is not paid. We need to display here in the details, we need to display a button that would allow the user to pay. So here I'm going to add if statement. I'm going to say here if. I'm going to create outside the table. Actually, it should be here. Outside the table, we need to use PHP, and then we need to check the order status. We need here to say if order status is equal to not paid, then we need to display a form. So I'm going to say here if, and then I'm going to close this. Let me show you what I'm going to do. So let me remove this line, and let me also remove this area, and then between I'm going to display PHP code. I'm going to here display PHP code, and then I'm going to close the curly bracket at the end. I'm going to close the if statement curly bracket. And here in between, only if the order status is not paid, then I'm going to here say form, and then inside that form I'm going to say input type submit, and value pay now. And I'm going to also give it a style. I'm going to say here style is equal to float right. Let's also give it a class. I'm going to say class btn, and we can also say btn primary. Let me now save and let me show you how awesome this is. So let me go back to the account page. Now in the account page, if the order is not paid, and if I click on details, here there will be a button that says pay now, because the order is not paid yet, the status is not paid. However, if the order is delivered, was already delivered, then in the details there is no button. There shouldn't be a button here because the order was delivered already. So now what you need to do is that you need to know the keywords that you are going to be using. So the keywords that I'm going to be using are not paid, delivered, or being shipped, or shipped. So the keywords, let me here create a comment. At the top here, I'm going to just add a comment to let you know the keywords that I'm going to be using. So the keywords that I'm going to be using are not paid, if the order is not paid yet, delivered, if the order was delivered, and shipped if the order was shipped but has not been delivered yet. So I'm going to be using these three keywords. You can also use paid in case you want to add extra a monitoring system, but I wouldn't recommend making the system too complicated. I think not paid and then shipped. As soon as the user pays, you need to change the status to shipped, and then delivered after you make sure that the order was delivered and the user received the package. Welcome back. So now it's time to work on the shop.html page. So first of all, I have added this search bar, or search, I should say not bar, I should say search section on the left side, where it's going to allow the user to choose the category and the price range and search. And I'm going to show you the design for this, the user design for this. So the first thing that I have added, first you need to open up the shop.html, and the first thing that I have added is that I have said here, let me show you where is the code. So we basically had this code, this section, which represents these products on the right side. However, on the left side, what I did is that I just added this section, which is just a very simple HTML code that has an ID called search, and inside the search we have a container that displays the search products word here, and then below it I have a form, and this form has the category, which is this category, and this category is a radio. It consists of radio buttons where the user will be able to select one of the categories, and we also have below it we have here the price range. So the price range, where the user can select a price range from the left side. So here, as you can see, this is the left side, and it has a very good design. As you can see, I have added a float left to the least to the cheapest price and the most expensive price. You can control this as well by also changing the minimum and maximum here, and this is going to represent the price range. And this is for the search area, but this I'm going to be working on the logic behind this later. But for now, what we need to do is that we need to display the products. So as soon as the user comes over to the shop.html, we need to display all of the products that we have. And the first step to do this is that we need to convert the shop.html to shop.php. So I'm going to close the shop.html down, and then I'm going to rename the file. I'm going to say here, I'm going to rename it, and then I'm going to give it another extension. So the extension is going to be shop.php. And then at the top, what we need to do is that we need to create a PHP code that's going to get us all products. So here at the top, I'm going to say PHP, and then instead of creating the code from scratch, I'm going to get a code that we already have, which should be in the in one of these files. So for example, here get codes. We can use this code. So I'm going to copy this code, and then I'm going to paste it here. I'm going to paste it in the shop. And here in the shop, what we want to do is that we need to select all from products where products is equal to costs. This is not right. What we want to do is that we need to get all products. Therefore, we need to say select all from products. That's it. Very, very simple, and the shortest. This is probably the shortest SQL command that you will ever see. Select all from products, because we need to get all of the products and display all of the products as soon as the user comes over to this page. And then we say here statement execute, and then get results, and then I'm going to store the result in a variable called products. That's it. Very simple and straightforward. Now we need to display the result, and to display the result we need to open up the section. Remember, the section is here, this section. Let me close down this one, and here this section, I should say here shop. This section is called shop. So here we need to loop over the products. So where the first step is that we need to remove all of these products, because these products have been added statically, and we don't want that. We want to add products now dynamically. So I'm going to remove all products, and I'm going to only leave one. So I'm going to remove, let me show you what I'm going to do. I'm going to remove this product, which is, I think, the last product. I'm going to remove this product, and then I'm going to remove this product, and then I'm going to remove this product, and then I'm going to remove all of these. So let me remove all of these, and you need to be cautious while you are removing, because you wouldn't want to remove a product that you wouldn't want to break your code. So be very careful while you are removing the products. So we need to leave only one product. So we still need to remove this, and we also need to remove this, and we need to leave only one product. So we have 1, 2. So we have now, we need to remove only one now. So now we have only one product, which is this product. Let me here add space to show you where is the product. So this is the product. This is the only product that we want. And to make sure, I'm going to save, and then I'm going to refresh. I'm going to now go to shop.php. And here I have an error. It says shop on line 4. So I have a problem on line 4. Here it says include connection. So we need to say include, and then / and then server / connection. We need to add here server, because the shop.php is outside the server folder. Now this should fix the problem. Now if I refresh, as you can see, we have only one product. But instead of displaying this product, we need to display the products dynamically. So I'm going to create a loop here. Here I'm going to say PHP, and then while raw is equal to products, fetch a source, and then curly bracket, just open the curly bracket and then close the PHP script. And then at the end here, we need to open the PHP script one more time and close the curly bracket. And that's it. Now in between, we need to display the product information. So the first thing that we need to display is here the source, assets, images, and then we need to remove this static image, and then we need to say PHP, and then echo raw and product image, product underscore image, and then don't forget the semicolon. Similarly, here we need to display the name of the product. So here I'm going to say PHP echo raw and then product name, and then semicolon and close the PHP. And then the price we need to say here PHP echo raw semicolon, and don't forget to say here product price, product underscore price. And buy button, we have the buy button. We need to activate the buy button. The buy button should take the user to the to remember to the single product page. So in order to get to the single product page, we need to know the product ID. So in the shop.php here in the button, we need to say here we need to add here actually a link. It's better to say here a tag, and then surround this with a tag, and then this a tag will have href. I'm going to say href, and the href will take the user to single underscore product.php, and then we need to say question mark, and then we need to add the PHP code. So let me open a PHP script here, and then I'm going to say echo, and then what we need to echo is that we need to echo the product ID. So I'm going to say here raw is equal to raw product ID, and before all of this we need to say remember the key here in the single product, the get request parameter is product underscore ID. Therefore here we need to say product underscore ID is equal to, and then this. And in order to display this display this in a in a human readable way, I'm going to copy this text, and then I'm going to remove it, and then before the raw here I'm going to paste it, and then I'm going to add double quotes here and here double quotes, and then I'm going to say dot to concatenate. So now it's pretty simple and pretty readable. Here I'm going to say PHP echo single product.php question mark product underscore ID is equal to raw product ID. So this is going to take the user to the single product page with the product ID. Let me now save, and let me head on over to the browser and test. So let me here refresh, and now we should get all of the products. As you can see, these all of the products that I have in the database. I only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 6 products. And if I click on buy now, it's gonna take me to the single product page. If I go back, I'm gonna be taken back to the shop.php, and I can click on any product, and it's gonna take me to the product single product page with the product information. And the product information, as you can see, it's correct. So it means that the page worked successfully. Lastly, we need to fix the button. So the button, instead, I think we no longer need this button. Instead of button, I'm gonna remove this button completely, and I'm gonna add a class to the a tag. So I'm gonna say here, I'm gonna say class is equal to buy button, and I'm gonna remove the button completely. Now let me save and let me refresh and see if everything is fine. So everything is fine except for the button, so we need to fix it further. So to fix it further, we can add the, actually here I should say buy button, so I have a problem. Let me refresh one more time, and the button now has a bad design. So let me work on the design further. I'm going to first use the btn class of Bootstrap, and let me refresh one more time, and this should add this should fix it further. As you can see, it's fixed, but still we want to fix the design further. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go to the CSS, and then I'm going to fix the design. And I can say in the CSS, let me go to the CSS, and then we need to search for the buy button. So the buy button is in the shop page. So here we have the buy button in the shop page, remember. Here is the buy button. So this buy button has a background color. It has a everything is fine except for the color. Let's change the color. I'm going to say color. So the color is going to be white. The color is going to be white. And that's it. Let me refresh. And as you can see, the color is going to be white, which I think is great. If you don't want this effect, and if you want to keep these buttons displayed, you can create another class. So you can say here shop buy button, and then just copy the code from here and paste it here. And now you can use this shop buy button in the shop.php. You can use, instead of this, you can use the shop buy button. And let me remove this btn. I'm going to remove this btn. And here again we need to make sure that the code is perfect. Is the transform, we don't need this transform. Let me remove this transform and keep just the opacity. And also I'm going to remove the transition. If you want the button to be displayed all the time, if you don't want to hide the button. And here I'm going to say also the opacity 1. This is very important. Now if I save and refresh, this should fix it. So now it's better, but still we have a problem here. We need to remove the text decoration none. And we can, to fix it quickly, we can add the btn again. And now let me refresh. And as you can see, now it has been fixed and it's great now. So you can use this class, or you can use the old class, which is the buy button. It's up to you which class you want to use. Welcome back. Now what we need to do is that we need to work on this search area, this search form, in order to activate this search form and return products that fit the criteria of this form. So to do this, first of all, I'm going to open up the shop.php, and then we have the form. Remember, we have here this form. This is the form. So this is the form. The first thing that we need to do is that we need to give this form action and method. So the action is going to be the same as this page. So the action is going to be shop.php. And the method is post request. And now we need to add names to these inputs. So the first input has a name, category, and the second is category, and the third category, and the fourth is category. The reason why they have the same is because it's a radio type of input. It's a radio. Therefore, we need to say category. We need to give them the same name. Second, we have the price. So the price, we need to give this input a name. So the name here, I'm going to give it a name. I'm going to say name is equal to price. And let's say value is equal, by default, the value is equal to 100, for example. Now let me save and let me here refresh. So the value by default is going to be 100, and the maximum here is 1000. And bags is the default category, and the values here, we need to give these values. So the value for the first input, the value is equal to shoes. The second value is equal to coats. The third, the value is equal to watches. And lastly, we have the bags. Value is equal to bags. Now we need to work on the PHP side. So at the top, we need to add here a code. We need to say if is set post, and then we need to add a name to the button. So remember, in the form, the button, this button has a name called search. So we need to use this search, and the type is submit, and the name is search, and that's it. Let me here say search, and here I'm gonna add the code. However, we need to say else, and then we need to add the alt code here inside the else. Why? Because if user chose not to use this for search, if the user just want to check all products, then we will get the user all of the products. So this is gonna return all products, but this is going to use the search section. So if the user wants to use the search section, we need to use the code that I'm going to create inside. So the code that's going to be inside the search is going to be very similar to this. I'm going to copy this code, and then I'm going to paste it here. And then I'm going to say select all from products where what? Where the category, we need to get the category. I'm going to say category. So the category is equal to post category. And price, we need also to get the price. I'm going to say price. So the price is going to be equal to post price. Where, so here we need to say where. Product price. First we need to say category, product category, product underscore category is equal to question mark, and product underscore price is equal to question mark. And then we need to use the bind. We need to say here stmt bind param, and then s for category and I for price, and we need to pass here the category and then comma price. And then we just execute and return the products. We return the products to the user. Very, very simple. Now let me save and let's test. So here let me make sure that the code is correct. Product underscore category, product underscore price, param, execute. So everything's perfect. So now let me refresh and test. So I'm going to refresh, and then let's, for example, select bags. Here we have the categories that they have are bags, coats, and shoes. And the prices are I think the range is from 155 to 250. So we need to select something greater than 100. Let's say here or here. Let's say here, and then I'm going to click on search. So here I'm going to get no products because I think I need to decrease this a little. I'm going to search here, and I'm not going to get anything because in the code I said here product price is equal to is equal to this price, and this is very difficult to get a product that's exactly equal to one of these. Therefore, we need to say product price is smaller than or equal. So it must be smaller than or equal this number. So let me now refresh and try one more time. Now let me select here a value from here and let me refresh one. Let me search. As you can see, if I select here 150, it's going to say here 150. It's going to return here products that are 155 or less. If I increase the value here, I'm going to get more products. As you can see, I'm going to get 3 products. If I increase this to something very expensive, I should get more. I'm going to get more products. If I think the most expensive is 250. Yes, this is 250. I'm gonna get only bags because I'm selecting bags. If I say shoes, and if I increase the price, and if I search, I'm gonna get shoes. If I say coats, and if I decrease the value to 1, I'm gonna get nothing, because there is no product that's less than, I think for shoes, I don't think that there is a for coats, I don't think that there is a product that's less than 150. So I need to increase the price in order to make sure that I'm going to get a result. So as you can see now, I'm going to get here the coats. So this is a great searching feature that I have added, and it's just going to make the experience amazing. Welcome back. You may have noticed that our code is getting bigger and bigger, and there are so many files right now, and the more files we have, the difficult it is going to be whenever we want to maintain our website or project, and whenever we want to change something or edit something, we will have to edit that thing in many files. And I'm going to give you an example, and I'm going to also show you a solution for this. So for example, the header exists in all pages, pretty much in every single page we have. Also, the footer exists in every single page we have. For example, if you go to the let's say to the cart, you'll find that we have the header and we have the footer. If you go to the login page, if you go here to login.php, you will find that we have header and footer. If you go to register.php, you will find we have the header and footer. And this actually is a problem. Why is it a problem? Because suppose that you want to edit something in the footer or in the header, you would have to edit that thing in every single page, because in every single page we have the header and the footer, and this is a bad practice. And to fix this problem, we need to add only one single file for the header and one single file for the footer, and then we import them in every single page, and then whenever we want to edit the header or the footer, we can edit that specific file, and it will be edited automatically in all files. Let me show you what I mean, and let me explain further so that you understand. So here, if you open up the index, you will find that we have here at the top, we have obviously the header, and at the bottom we have the footer. We have this footer. Similarly, in the login page, we have at the top, we have the header, as you can see, this header, the navigation bar, and we also have the footer, which is the footer. And this process is these two sections available in all files, and this is a bad practice. We need to create a single files and include these two sections in these single files, and then we can import them in all these files. Let me show you what I'm going to do, and they will understand how effective what I'm going to do is. So let me create a new folder here, and I'm going to name it layouts. And then inside that layouts, I'm going to create two files. I'm going to create a file called header.php, and I'm going to create a new file inside that layouts called footer.php. And in the header, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to copy the code from the index.php. I'm going to copy the beginning of the file all the way to the end of the navigation bar. I'm going to copy all of this all the way to the end of the navigation bar, and then I'm going to remove it. And then I'm going to paste it in the header.php. And I'm going to go back to the index, and then I'm going to scroll until the end of the file, and then I'm going to copy the footer as well as the script as well as the body and the HTML. I'm going to copy these, and then I'm going to remove them from the index, and then I'm going to paste them in the footer.php. And what I'm going to do is that I'm going to click now on File and then Save All. Now if I go to the main page, let me go to the main page, and you will find that my file, my website has been ruined. As you can see, the design now has been ruined. As you can see, the design is now terrible. Why? Because I removed the header and the footer. But don't worry. What I'm going to do now is that I'm going to head on over to the index, and at the top of the index, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to say PHP, and then I'm going to say include, and what I'm going to include is that I'm going to include layouts /header .php. And then at the bottom, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to say here PHP, and then I'm going to say include, and then I'm going to say layouts /footer.php. And let me now save, and let me head on over to the browser and show you how outstanding this is. Let me now refresh and show you what's going to happen if I refresh. So if I refresh, guess what? The design is back. Boom, the design is back, and we have the design back, and everything is fine right now. And as you can see, what I did is that I included the footer in a single file, and the header in a separate file, in a single and separate file, and then I imported them into the index. Now we need to repeat the same exact process in all pages. And you might be wondering, why would we do this? Why am I doing this? The reason is because now, if you edit something in the header, for example, if you want to edit the header, if you want to edit the navigation bar, it will be edited in all pages without the need of going through every single file, without the need of going through each single file and changing the header, or changing the navigation bar. Imagine how difficult it would be if you had to change something in the navigation bar, and your code was and your navigation bar exists. The code exists in every single file. You would have to go through every single file and edit that thing in every single file, and this is gonna take. It's just gonna take forever. But if you follow this design pattern, you will never have to go through each single file. Instead, you just need to edit that thing in the header, and it will be edited automatically in all pages. Let me now go through each single page and change and repeat the process. So in the account, let me go to the account, and in the account, at the top, what we want to do is that we want to remove this part, and you have to be very, very careful while you are removing. By the way, don't remove the PHP code. This PHP code is the PHP logic belongs to each single page and shouldn't be removed. What we are removing is that we are removing the HTML code, the header, the navigation bar, this part, as well as the navigation bar. And then what we are doing instead is that we are importing. I'm importing here using the include function, and then here I'm saying layouts layouts / header.php. And in the footer, we need to repeat the same. We need to remove the footer. Here we need to remove the footer, just the footer, as well as the script and the closing tag of the HTML and the body. And then here you need to say include layouts footer.php. And you need to repeat the same process for every single page. So let me do this quickly. Let me go to the cart, and then again we need to leave the PHP code. Don't remove the PHP code. Be careful. So here I'm going to remove this part, and then I'm going to remove the navigation bar, this navigation bar, and instead I'm going to paste this line of code, include layouts header.php. And at the bottom I'm going to remove the footer as well as the script, JavaScript, and the body and the HTML. And then I'm saying here layouts footer.php. We need to do the same to all these pages, so let me do all of this, and consider this your homework. You need to do all of this. I'm gonna try to go a little faster because we don't want to waste a lot of time on this. And we have the login. I think we did this. We didn't do this to the login, so let me say here footer, and then at the top we just need to remove this part as well as the navigation bar, and then we need to say include layouts header.php. With the order details, we need to do the same at the bottom. So the last page now is the shop. So let me fix this, and we will now test after just finishing this part. So I have this. Let me remove this and the navigation bar, and then I'm going to add the header, and at the bottom we just need to add the footer, and we will be good to go. So here footer, and lastly we have this page. And make sure that you do this to all pages. You have to do this to all pages. And that's it. Now we are good to go here. By the way, here in the single product.php there is a problem. We need to keep this. Only in the single product.php, just keep the code as is, because we have here a script. And alternatively, we can do something else. We can remove the body and the HTML, and then we can also remove the this script, this script, the bootstrap script, and you need to leave this script. Again, you need to leave this script, and below the script you need to paste this code. Paste the footer layouts /footer.php, and above it make sure that you have the JavaScript code that we created. This is very, very important. Let me now save everything and let's test. Now testing is very important because you would want to make sure that everything is working. You should make sure that everything is working. Let me here say single, or let's test by going to a specific product. So I'm gonna go here, I'm gonna click on this product, and here this is the single product page, and as you can see it's working, so we have no problem. Let me add to cart. So it's working. Also the design is working, everything's fine. Let me also test the login page. I'm gonna go to the login, and it's working. Let's also go to the register, and it's also working. So everything's working. So it's working and everything's perfect. Welcome back. Now we have a problem, which is whenever you go to the payment page and there is nothing to pay for, you will get an error, and this is a big problem. And I'm gonna show you the fix to this problem. In the payment.php and in any page in your project, whenever you are echoing something, before echoing something, always, as a rule of thumb, you need to check whether that thing exists or not. So here we have two things we are echoing. We are echoing the order status and the session total. So before echoing anything, always add this code. Always say if is set, get, and then status, order status, then echo. At this point we just need to echo this code. We just need to echo the order status. Similarly with the session, we need to say if is set session total, then at this point we need to echo the session. And it's also important, it's also better to say if it's not empty. So this is gonna get the job done. Also the button, we need to hide the button whenever the session is nothing. We need to hide the button. So we need to say here if first PHP, and then if session, if is set, only is set, session and then total, then we can display this button. We can here say curly bracket, and then we can say, we can close this PHP, and that's it. This button will only be displayed if the session total is set. And you can also add other code if you want to check the order status. For example, if you want to check the order status if it's set or not, you can also say, you can copy this code and you can here say if order status, if is set get, here order underscore status, and then and get order underscore status is equal to not paid. So at this point we need to display the button, otherwise we shouldn't be displaying the button. Welcome back. Now it's time to fix many bugs that we have. And whenever you create a big project, you will definitely have so many bugs, and you need to be very careful, because otherwise your application could be vulnerable to many problems. So the first thing that we have here is that here, if you open up the place order.php, you'll find that I'm allowing users who are not logged in to place an order, and this is a problem, because if user is not logged in, there should be there is no user ID, and if we try to place an order, we are gonna get an error. So this is the first problem that we have. Another problem is that here it's better to protect the execute. It's better to check the execute before proceeding and executing the code below. So this execute will always return true or false. If this returns true, it means that the SQL statement has been executed successfully. Else, if it returns false, it means that there is a problem. So it's better to add here if statement and check whether this return true or false. This is the second thing that we need to do. The third thing that we need to do is that if user is not logged in, they shouldn't be able to place an order. So let me fix all of these things. The first thing that I'm going to do is that here I'm going to add if statement. I'm going to say if, and then I'm gonna say if execute is false, if false. By the way, you can do something else. You can say here stmt underscore status is equal to this, and then you can say if stmt underscore status is false, if exclamation mark, which means it's false. If it's false, we should use the header and then take the user to the index page or any page you want. You shouldn't continue. You should just take the user somewhere else, and you should exit. This is very important. You should exit, because if you don't exit, it's gonna continue executing the code below. And you can display an error message if you want, but the possibility of this being false is so slim, because if we have these things and we already made sure that we have the email and the password and the email, the name of the email and the phone and the city, because the form in the place, let me show you that. In the place order here, in the checkout page, the user will not be able to place an order without filling out this form. So we are 100% sure that the user will provide us with these things. The only problem is with the user ID. So we need to make sure that the user is logged in. Also, if the user is if the cart is empty, we already handled this. If the cart is not empty, if the cart is empty, then it's gonna take the user to the index page. So this is protected. Therefore, here in the place order, the only problem that we could have is the session being the session user ID being empty. So which means that the user is not logged in. So the only thing that we need to do is that we need to make sure that the user is logged in. Similarly here, if we have a problem, it's better to protect this. But again here we already know that the cart is not empty at this point, and at this point the product ID and the name and the image and the price and the quantity, all of them will never be empty, because you have inserted these in the database. There is no way that these could be empty, because here in the cart, if you check the cart, we fill the cart with these things. So it's like 99.9%. So it's 99.9% not gonna be empty. And this is not. I'm not saying this in. I'm saying this because we already protected these in other pages. So just adding so many if statements is also not a good practice. So you need to check your errors once before moving on. We have already done that already. Here, by the way, here in case user places an order successfully, we actually shouldn't keep the cart filled with products, and I'm going to work on this later. Let me now focus on making sure that the user will not be able to place an order unless they log in. And to do this, here in the place order.php, the first thing that we need to do is that we need to add if statement here, and then we need to say if not is set session logged in logged underscore in. Then if the user is not logged in, then we need to say header, and then we need to take the user to the checkout page, or any page you want. It doesn't have to be the checkout. You can take the user to the index or the checkout or even the account or even the login. So I'm gonna here say location first, location, and then I'm gonna say check first dot, because the place order is inside the server. So we need to go back one step back and then access the checkout. So we need to say here dot and then / checkout.php, and then the message. I'm gonna say message, and the message is gonna say please log in /register to place an order. And most importantly, you need to exit. This is very important. You need to exit. This is very, very important. So you have to exit. If you don't want to exit, then you can add else and then place all of this code inside this else here, like this. Like this. So all of this code can be pushed inside this else. So this is, I think this is more meaningful now. You can say here, if user is logged in. And here, if user is not logged in. If user is not... This is a comment, by the way. Not logged in. And again, if you don't want to use the else, you need to say here exit. Exit. But exit here would be redundant because we have the else. Anyways, now in the checkout, we need to display this message. So in the checkout, the first thing that we need to do is that we need to remove this checkout, post checkout. The reason is because if you don't remove it and redirect the user from the place order to this page, it's always going to take the user to the index. So we need to remove this checkout from here. I'm going to remove it from here, and we just need to check if user is if the cart is not empty. And finally, we just need to display the error message. We need here to say, we need here above the form or here actually, here above the form or above this above the form or below this form. You can here say P and then PHP, and first you need to check. You need here to check if is set get and then message. Then at this point we need to echo the message. We need to say echo, and then echo what? Echo the get message. And here I'm gonna say class and then text center, and I'm gonna also say style color red, and you can display a link so that the user logs in. So you can here you can add another if statement. Here you can, by the way, you can close this. You can close this PHP, and then here you can display a button. Just here, display a button. Let me keep this. Let me keep this line as is because I don't want to confuse you. This is going to be complicated. Let me just keep this, and below I'm just going to create another check, another PHP with a if is set again, is set get message, then here curly bracket, and then close the curly bracket, PHP, close the curly bracket, and then you can here display the a tag with a link to login, and then here you can say login, and then you can again you can say class and then btn, and then you can even say btn primary, and the href at this point, the href is gonna be equal to login.php, and here we need to say like this, and that's it. Now let me go back and let me head on over to the cart and let me try to place an order. So I'm gonna here click on checkout, And if I click on place order, first of all, I will not be able to place an order because I have to fill this. Let me fill this. So if I fill out this form and click on place order, as you can see here, it's going to say, please log in, register to place an order. So this button is not gonna work unless the user logs in. And if I click on login, it's going to take me to the login page. Now I will not be able to place an order unless I fill this and then first log in actually. So this is very important. You need to not to allow users to place orders before they log in. You can even add this code to the cart. You can prevent users from coming to this page altogether before even clicking on the cart here, before clicking on this button, checkout. So now let me test. Let me now log in first. Let me log in and try to place an order after I log in, because now if I try to place an order, I will not be. So again, if I click on place order, it's not gonna work. So I first need to log in, and if I log in, let me log in and place an order. So if I click on login, now I will be able to log in, and if I go to the cart, let me go to the cart. I'm gonna here go to the cart. I'm gonna say cart, and now in the cart, let me check out, and let me here fill out this form. Now if I click on place order, as you can see, the order will be placed and I will be taken to the payment page. So it worked successfully, and I will only be able to log in to place an order if I am logged in. So this is very, very important practice you need to have. Also, if you are logged in but the cart is empty, you will not be able to place an order. Let me show you this. So let me show you this. So here I'm logged in, right? If I remove this from the cart, so now the cart is empty, and if I click on checkout, I will not be able to. So this is very important. Now our system is protected. The user will have here in the checkout, we have here if the cart is empty, then if the cart is not empty, the user will be let in, else the user will be taken to the index. Also in the place order, before the user places an order, we need first to check whether they are logged in or not. And again, I need to emphasize on adding this code in the checkout is also possible. You can protect this. You can make the protection from here or even from the cart page. It's just the same goal. It's just the same goal, but a different method. So you can follow any method you want, but the goal is to protect the placing an order page, because you shouldn't allow users to place orders without logging in and without having something in the cart. Welcome back. Now in the navigation bar, if you click on one of these buttons, you'll find that they don't work. And the reason is because I didn't work on them. So we need to fix these buttons so that they work in all pages. So some of them work and some don't work. So let's fix this. And the good news is that now we have only one place to fix this, which is the layouts. All you need to do now is that you just need to open the header and fix this in the header, and it will be fixed in the entire website. So the home page should have href of index.php. The shop should have shop.php. The blog, we don't have a blog. So a blog is usually hosted on another URL or what's called a subdomain, or just a domain that's inside your domain. The contact us page, we have this contact.html. We need to convert this just to make everything consistent. Let me convert it. It's not important to convert it because it doesn't contain any PHP code, but I'm just gonna be converting it into PHP just to make everything consistent. So here I'm gonna say contact.php. For the account, we need to say account.php, and here we need to say cart.php. Let me now test. Let me go back to the main page and let me click on home. If I click on home, it's gonna take me to the home page. If I click on shop, it's gonna take me to the shop page. If I click on blog, nothing because we don't have a blog. Contact us, it's gonna take me to the contact us page. If I click on cart, it's gonna take me to the cart page. If I click on this account, it's gonna take me to the account. And if I'm logged in, it's gonna take me to my account. However, if I'm logged out, if I log out, and if I go to the home page and click on this account icon, it's gonna take me to the login page because the login page is fully protected. And from the login page, the user will be able to go to the registration page. And of course, the user will be able to go back and forth between the login and the registration page. There is no problem. And now the good news is that any page in your website, whether it be the registration page or the shop page or the contact us or any page or even the cart, if you go even to the cart, you will find that the navigation bar is fully functioning. So if you click on, now you are in the cart, if you click on home, it's going to take you to the home. If you go back to the cart and if you click on shop, it's going to take you to the shop. If you go to the cart and click on contact us, it's going to take you to the contact us. So it's fully functioning. And this is the power of using the layouts, and this is the power of using the design method that I have shown you. Welcome back. Now we need to fully protect the payment page. We should only display the pay now button if there is something to pay for. If there are products that the user wants to buy and the user did not pay for yet. And here we have total payment is 0 and still it displays here pay now, and this is a problem. To fix this problem, here we check the session total if it's set. However, this is not enough. We need to say here, and if the session total is not equal to nothing, is not equal actually to 0, because if it's equal to 0, it means that there is nothing. So this now, if I save and refresh, the button will be hidden. You can display another message. You can say here if, and you can say else. You can, for example, here say else here, and then curly bracket, and then here PHP, and then curly bracket, and then in between you can here say P, and then P, you did not, you don't have anything, you don't have an order, or your cart is empty, whatever message you want to display. For example, here it's going to say total payment 0, and here you can say you don't have an order. You can do this. You can display this message as well. You don't have an order, or order is 0. You can display that it's 0. You can also here say and is and session total, and this is going to display the total payment only if there's something. Else it's going to hide it. Else it's going to hide it. So it's up to you whether you want to do this or not. It's up to you. But I'm just going to keep it simple here. I'm going to display 0 so that the user knows that there's nothing to pay for. So here I'm just going to say total payment 0, you have no order. Pretty simple. And in case the user comes from another page, for example, let me go to my account and let me log in. So let me log in, and here let me, for example, click on order that has not been paid. For example, this one, I'm going to click on it. Here it's going to say pay now, but the pay now button is not activated yet. So we need to activate this in the details, in the order details. We need to take the user to the payment page from here. So from here, we need to say if order status is not is equal to not paid, then we can display this button, and then we need to say here, we need to take the user to the payment page, and to do this, we can say here form, and then method post, and action is to take the user to the payment.php. Let me save and refresh. Now if I click on details, and then here if I click on pay now, it should take me to the payment, and since I did not work on this details yet, it's not going to display anything. But later we need to take the details from here, from the order details page, because at this point we have the details, we have these. We need to take them from here to the pay now button, so that the user will be able to pay for this. Welcome back. Now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to take the order information, the orders that the user did not pay for, and if the user clicks on pay now, I'm going to get the total amount from here, and then I'm going to display it here, and then I'm going to display the button so that the user will be able to pay for any order they have. So for example, this is my account, and I have these orders not paid. And if, for example, I want for some reason I want to pay now, I can click on details and then pay now, and pay for this and get this product. So to do this, we need, remember, in the order details, we have here a form, and we need to pass the total, just the total. We aren't interested in the entire data, because the data is already displayed. So for example, let me show you this order. This order has not this one, actually this one. This order has, I think this one, yes, this one has 2 products, and the user already knows that at this point, if the user wants to check the order details, he or she would come to this page, and they would be able to check the details. And if they click on pay now, they already know that the price is going to be for this shoes is going to be 155, and for this bag is going to be 250. And if they click on pay now, we just need to display the total and the pay button. That's it. So to do this, here in the order details, remember we have here the image, the name, the price, and the quantity. And all we need to do is that we need to get the total. So here this is going to get us the products. All we need to do now is that we need to get the total. And to get the total, we need to add the total. We need to calculate the total. And fortunately, we already have the code. If you go to the cart, you'll find that I have a function called calculate total. So we can copy this function. We can copy it from here, and the order details, and then in the order details, specifically here, you can paste this function and use it. But we need to fix this function, because this function now is going to get data from, not from the session, instead it's going to get data from here, from the order price and quantity. So we need to get the order price and the quantity. So we have the order details. Remember, this order details is going to be an array. So we can copy this line of code, which actually we can copy the entire loop. We can copy this while, and then in the cart, in the calculate total cart, here I'm going to say calculate total order price, because this is not a cart now. This is an order. This is a delayed order. This is an order that the user placed sometime in the past and they did not pay for. So this order has been placed, as you can see here in the account. The order date has been placed sometime in the past, and then if the user clicks on details and want to pay, then they will be able to pay today, that day that they clicked on the button. So here in the calculate total order price, then I'm going to say while raw order details fetch a source, and I'm going to close the loop. And instead of doing this, instead of using this code, I'm going to remove this code. Instead, I'm going to get here raw, and then what do we want to get? We want to get remember, we need to get the product price and quantity. So here I'm going to say product underscore price, and then I'm going to store it in a variable called product price. And then product quantity is equal to raw product quantity. And then we need to multiply the price by the quantity. We need to say like here, we need to multiply the price by the quantity. We need to say product price multiplied by product quantity, and then add these inside brackets, and then plus total is equal, everything now is going to be equal to the total is going to be equal, is going to now be equal to the total. And we can now remove this. And finally, we need to store that in a variable or return. We can either return or store that in a variable. We can here say return, for example, total, and here we need to pass the order details. So where can we get the order details from? We should get the order details from here. So here we need to call, after we execute this, after we execute the code, we need to say calculate calculate total order the price, and then pass the order details, and this is going to return the total order. Now the total order is here. We can use it here. By the way, we need to pass the parameter, we need to pass the order details, don't forget to pass it, and that's it. The function now is fine. Just close the function and you don't have to worry about this function ever again. This function will be called here, and that's it. And here you can say total order price, just to make sure that you understand. Now at the bottom we can use it. So at the bottom we can use it here, and in an input, in a hidden input, we can say input, and then type text, and then type, actually not text, hidden, because we don't want to show this here, hidden, and then the value is going to be equal to PHP, and then echo total order price, semicolon. And the name here, we need to give it a name. I'm going to say name is equal to total price. Total order price. And for this button, we need to say name is equal to pay now, pay underscore now, or pay order, or order, let's say order pay button. And lastly, we need to get the order status. So also the order status is very important. I'm going to create another input type hidden name order status value php echo order status semicolon. That's it. Now in the payment, we need to receive these parameters. Here we said payment.php and post. So in the payment.php, we need to receive the order status, and here at the top we can here say order if is set post order pay btn, then we need to get, what do we want to get? We want to get the post order status, and we need to get the post order total order price. And let me rename this because I want to be consistent. It's very important to be consistent. So at the top here I said total price, total order price. Let me say order total price, order total price. And at the bottom also I'm going to say, I think this is going to be consistent and better. I'm going to say here order underscore total price. Similarly with the echo here, I'm going to say total order total price, order total price, and here order pay button, order status. Very, very consistent. So in the here I'm going to say order total price, and we need to store this in a variable. I'm going to say order status and order total price. And in the bottom we need to display them. So to display them, we need here we need to say remember here I said order status and here order status. We need to say we need to use the post instead of get, because here I used a get. Let's say post. So if the order status is equal to not paid, we need to display the button. And also here, let me move this line of code and paste it above this. And here if post order status, if is set, we need to say order status. Here post order status. Similarly with the total payment, if session is if session total, then we need to display the total, and we need to say else we need to say you don't have an order. But I'm gonna work on this later because it's gonna get complicated. Let me now save and let me refresh, and now let me click on details, and then let me here. So if you get nothing here, in order to fix this problem, you can simply change the loop here in the calculate total order price from while to for each. So if I say here for each order details as raw. Similarly with the loop below here, instead of saying while, we need to say for each, and then order details as raw. Now if I save and go back to test, let me refresh and click on details. As you can see, it's going to display the orders and we have no problem. Now if I click on pay now, we will have here a very big problem, which is the collision between the session and the order detail. So here it says total payment is nothing, and then it says you don't have order, and then here it says not paid. So we have a problem. To fix this problem, we need to establish a strong logic here. So here, in order to do this, we need to revisit our code here. And to do this, I'm going to open a PHP script, and then I'm going to say first here, if is set, and then session, if the session total, if we have something in the session and that session total is not equal to 0 or is not empty. If it's not empty, you can say not empty or not equal to 0, then what we need to do is that we need to display this total amount. I'm gonna copy this line and then remove it, and then I'm gonna paste it here, and then we need to remove all this because we already displayed here. Let me remove all of this, and here we just need to say, here we need to say PHP, and then echo this session, and then we just need to close here. Let me type this from the beginning, and then here semicolon, and then we need to close the PHP, and then here we need to say PHP like this. So this is in case the session is not empty, and in case we have a session, we have something in the session, but we need to remove this code completely now, and we need to display the button. We need also to display the button here. Here we need to display the button like this. So in case the session total is not empty and there's something, and the total is not 0, then we need to display the pay button. Else if we need to say PHP. Let me add this in a new line, PHP, and then if is set, post order status, order underscore status, and order status post order status is not equal if it's set and it's equal to not paid, then we need to say here, we need to open a curly bracket, and here, by the way, we need to close the curly bracket. Let me say here PHP, and then let me close the curly bracket, and this is the first if statement here. And then here, by the way, we need to say else. So I'm going to say here else if, because this is a continuation of the previous code. So we need to say, actually, we need to close the curly bracket here, and we need to remove this completely. We can remove this now. So it's going to say here else if the order is status is not is set and it's not paid, then we need to close the PHP, and then we need to here to get this code. Let me get this code, and then let me paste it here, and let me push it. So here we need to display, we need to say if we don't need this now, we just need to display the button, and we need to display the P here. We need to say P, and then total payment, and then PHP, and then echo post order total price, and then semicolon, and don't forget to close the p tag. And finally, I'm gonna close here. I'm gonna say here PHP, and then else if we don't have, if the cart is empty, and if the order is also empty, if the user doesn't have an order, then we need to take the user to another page, or we can display an error message. We can here say PHP and then close the curly bracket, and here also close the curly bracket, here close the PHP actually, and in between we need to display either an error message or take the user to another page. So let me copy this message, and then I'm going to say here, you don't have an order. That's it. Just you don't have an order. So let me walk you through the code one more time. So now we don't need any of this. We need to remove all of this. Let me now walk you through this logic. So this logic now is very, very clear and well established. Here, in case we have something in the cart, the first thing we check is the cart. If something in the cart, and if the cart if the total is set, which means that there is something in the cart, and if that total is not 0, then there is something in the cart, and we need to display the pay button, and we need to display the total amount that the user wants to pay and should pay in order to get the product. And else, if the session is empty, if the user didn't add anything in the cart, then here we need to check if the user came to this page by clicking on this button, by checking one of the orders, the old orders, and clicking on one of these pay buttons. So if that's true, then we need to display the pay button, and we also need to display the total amount that they should pay. Else, if neither of these is correct, then we need to display you don't have an order. Pretty simple. Now let me save and let's test now. Now let me go back and test from the beginning. So let me refresh, and let me click on details. And now if I click on pay now, here it's going to display the total amount, and it's going to display the pay button, pay now. And let's test the other one. So the total is correct, by the way, 155 plus 250. The total is 405, so that's correct. Let's test another order just to make sure that everything is fine. So let me test this order. So this order is 150. If I click on pay now, it's gonna here display 150, and here it says pay now. Now let me add something to the cart. So let me go to the cart, and the cart now is empty. So if I go to the home page and add something to the cart, for example, let me add this product. I'm gonna add this product, buy now, and now the cart has only one product. If I click on checkout, and let me fill out this form. So if I fill out this form and click on place order, as you can see, it's going to display the 149 and pay now button only once, because now this code works perfectly. It's going to check first the cart. If the cart is empty, if the cart is not empty, like in this case, it's going to display the button and the total. Else, if it's empty, then it's going to check the order status if the user came to this page via their account. Else, it's just going to display don't have an order. Let me prove it to you now. If I go to the cart and remove everything from the cart, let me remove everything from the cart, and let me go to the payment page. Now if I go to the payment, let me here say payment.php. Here it should display an error message. As you can see, it's going to say you don't have an error. It's not an error message, it's just a message. You don't have an error. So you don't have an order. So it worked successfully, and now our payment page is perfect, and we can proceed to the next step, which is handling payments. Let's now integrate a payment system into our project. And to do this, we need to select a payment system, and I'm going to be using PayPal, because PayPal is one of the best payment options out there, and I think it's going to be just amazing, and it's going to help us a lot. And I think it's just one of the best options, and I'm going to be selecting PayPal. So in order to start integrating PayPal, the process, first of all, you need to know that the process is pretty long. And I'm going to be dividing the process into a small and few steps, short steps, so that you understand. So the first step is that you need to create a PayPal account. You need to head on over to paypal.com and then create an account. However, you need to create a business account, not a personal account. So just head on over to paypal.com and then click on sign up. And then after you click on sign up, you need to select business account, not personal account. You need to select business account. And then click on next. And if you don't find this option, by the way, you need to convert your account after you create a personal account. You need to convert the account to a business account from your account after registration if you don't find this option. But you will find this option for many countries. So here what you need to do is that you need to type your email, and that's it. Pretty simple. Just type your email, and then of course you need to verify your email, and that's it. So the process is very simple and straightforward. I'm not gonna continue because I already have a PayPal account. So here all you need to do is that you need to type your email and then click on continue and just fill out the next form that you are gonna get, because the form will need to be filled, and then just confirm your email. So that's it. And of course you need to verify your email. So after you have done all of this, and after you have finished registering, you need to head on over to developer.paypal.com. Again, that's developer.paypal.com. This is the URL that we need to use in order to be able to integrate PayPal into our project. So you need again to head on over to developer.paypal.com and then click on log in to dashboard. And then you need to type the email and the password that you have just created with PayPal, the business account here. So let me type my business account here. So after you type your email, you just need to click on next. And then you need to type your password here. And then you need to click on login. So after you log in, you will find in your dashboard you will find apps. And what an app is, an app is just a project. So for every project that you want to integrate PayPal into, you need to create a separate app for it. And I'm going to be showing you how to use apps. And what's important here is that we have two tabs here, one for sandbox and the other for live. The sandbox is used for testing. The live, of course, is used whenever you are ready and you want to publish your application, where real people will pay real money and will use your projects or web applications, websites, whatever. So here on the left side we have your account, we have the sandbox. So what's important here is the sandbox. Here you need to click on accounts, and you need to create two accounts. One account will represent the buyer and the other one will represent the owner, because the buyer is going to pay to the owner. So you need to create two accounts. Let me show you how you can do that. First, you need to click here on create account. And now I'm going to create an account which is going to be a personal buyer account. So the buyer again will pay to the business account. So I'm going to here select the country. You need to select your country and then click on create. And then here it's going to say the sandbox account was created successfully. So this is a sandbox account, this is a testing account. So we need to create another account that will represent the owner, the business. So you need to click here again on create account, and then you need to create a new account which is going to be this time a business account. Click on business, and then you need to select your country. I'm going to be selecting here the United States, and then click on create. And then here it's going to say again the sandbox account was created successfully. And if you scroll, you will find all of the accounts that you have. So here I have these accounts that I just created. One is a business account, which is going to represent the owner, and the other one is the buyer, which represents the customer or the buyer or the user. So the personal account will pay to the business, and you need to remember these emails. So I'm gonna be using, of course, in order to pay and in order to test, we need to use the, I need to log into the system using this personal account. I'm gonna be showing you that, because the personal, again, this account will pay to the business account. So you should by now have these two accounts on these three dots, and then click on edit account, edit view edit account. You will find that this account has been initialized with a money with around 5,000, I think. If you click on funding, you will find that it has $5,000. So this account has $5,000. And for the business account, it will, if you click on funding, here, funding, you will find that it has also $5,000. So the reason why this is important is because after testing, the amount of money will increase for the business and will decrease for the owner, for the personal account. So this is the second step. The third step is to create an app. So you need to click on My Apps and Credentials and create a new app. So here what you need to do is that you need to click on Create App. Here, click on Create App, and you will be able to create an app. So this is very, very important. You need to create an app, and you need to give it a name. I'm going to say here, My Project, just My Project. And then I'm going to click on, here you need to select your merchant or platform, and here I'm going to select this option. And then this is very important, you need to select the business account. So the business account that I have just created is this one, is this email, and then just click on Create App. That's it, pretty simple. Now after you create an app, you will find that this app has a client ID and a secret. These two are important because these two I'm going to be using to add them into our project, and by using these we will be able to connect to PayPal. Otherwise we will not be able to connect to PayPal. So these client ID and secret are the sandbox API credentials, and whenever we go live we will be requesting another API, another client ID and secret, and change. We also need to change the project here from sandbox to a live. That's it, and you will be able to use this for real money so that people will pay you. So here, as you can see here, it says sandbox API credentials. So this is the sandbox. This is for testing. This is just for testing. And if you scroll, you'll find many options, and by default you will have these options: accept payments, invoicing. Just keep these as they are, because these are important. You need to. Welcome back. So now if you click on My Apps and Credentials, you will find all of your apps, and here if you click on Live, you will find your project here. If you click on it, you will find the live credentials. So what is the difference between Sandbox and Live? Live credentials will allow you to receive real money from users. So if I click on my project here, you will find here it says my project, and you will find PayPal account and client ID and secret. So these three are very important because these three will represent the live credentials. So the PayPal account is your real PayPal account. The client ID you will use in order to connect to PayPal and get real money, and of course the secret. If you click on this it's going to show you the secret key, and this is for the live. If you go back and click on My Apps, and if you click on Sandbox, you will find here your project. If you click on it, you will find your credentials, the sandbox account, the client ID, and the secret. But this is for testing. So again, you have two options. You have the sandbox and the live. The sandbox is used for testing, which I'm going to be using. And then whenever we go live, we just need to use the live credentials. That's it. Pretty simple. Welcome back. So now it's time to start integrating PayPal into our project. And the first step is that you need to log into your developer.paypal.com. And then we need to select one of the options. So first of all, you need to know that in order to integrate PayPal into your project, there are so many options. And I'm going to be using an option called checkout. So you need here, after you log in, you need to click on Docs, just hover over it, and then here click on Get Started. Here, click on Get Started, and after you click on Get Started, just click on Accept Payments. Accept Payments, and then click on Checkout. So this is the method that I'm going to be using. It's called Checkout, and this method is going to allow us to receive payments from customers. So after you click on Checkout, just click on Set Up Standard Payments. Click on it. And as you can see, this method is going to allow us to add a button that we can customize and add the amount of money that we want to receive from customers. And all you need to do now is that you need to click on Integrate PayPal Checkout for Online Payments. Click on it. And here it's going to give you a very long steps here, a very long guide. But the problem with PayPal is that it's very complicated. Therefore, I'm going to make the process very easy for you by just dividing the steps into short and easy steps. So the first step is that here in this page, all you need to do is that we need to get a code, a piece of code that's going to generate the button that you have seen shortly, which is this button. That code is going to generate that button into our website, into our project, and then we will be able to receive payment from customers. Before I continue, you need to know that PayPal regularly and consistently changes the location of this method in their website. So you need to, sometimes you might not find it here, so you need to look for it. You need to click again on Docs and then Get Started and then look for it. But the method is called Checkout, and then just set up standard payments and then integrate. Now the first step is that we need to get the code from PayPal. So the code is this code. This is the code. Let me show you where is the code. This is the code. The code starts from here. So you need to start copying from here this script and all the way down to the end of the script. You need to scroll and copy all of this code. You need to copy all of this code. Let me copy all of this code. Let me copy all of this code. So we need to get all of this code. Let me copy it. So we need this code. Don't copy the other part. Just copy starting from the script all the way to the end of the script. Copy it. Just copy it. And then you need to head on over to your project and paste it. And I'm going to show you where you need to paste it, because of course you shouldn't paste it in any file. You need to paste it at a specific location. So now in my project, what you need to do is that you need to open up the payment.php. Payment, again, that's payment.php. And then where should you paste it? You should paste it above the footer. Above the footer.php. Here. You should paste it here. Just paste that code here. So now we have this code. So this is the first step. So again, the first step is to get this code. This code is going to generate the button that you have seen. The second step is that we need to get the client ID. So where should we get the client ID? We should get the client ID from your account. So let me head on over back to PayPal. So in PayPal, just head on over again to your account and log in, and then click on your project, the project that you are using for this, the project that you have created for this project. So I'm going to click on it. So once you click on it, you will find the sandbox account and the client ID. You need to copy your client ID and head on over back to the project. So let me copy my client ID. Now in your project, you need to paste the client ID, but where should you paste it? You should paste it here. Instead of this test. Here it says client-id is equal to test. So we need to remove this test and paste here your client ID. As you can see, this is my client ID. Again, you need to be very careful because if you get this wrong, it's not gonna work. Again, double check your client ID and make sure that you copied your client ID correctly and paste it here. Client ID, client-id is equal to your client ID that you pasted. This is very, very important. Now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to show you and I'm going to walk you through the code. So the code is like this. The URL is just going to connect to PayPal, this URL that contains your client ID. And then below this, we have here a dev. We need to move this dev, but let me delay this because it's going to take a little bit time and you need to understand it. Here we have the script. So this script has a PayPal. It connects to the PayPal and it uses this function called buttons. This function is going to create the button, and this function is going to have a value key, and that value is the amount of money that you will receive. And we need to change this amount depending upon the total amount that the user should pay us. And then we have onApproved function. This function will be called if the payment has been processed successfully. We will get here a data from PayPal telling us that payment was processed successfully and money was transferred from the customer to our account. And in case of error, also this is gonna handle errors in case we have any errors. Here, this is gonna handle any problems. Now, let me show you the button. So the button is this. So what I'm gonna do is that first I'm gonna copy this dev, and then I'm gonna remove it from here, and then I'm gonna paste it here. Just for now. I'm gonna paste it here for now. And let me head on over to the browser. So now in the browser, let me go to /payment.php. And if you go to payment.php, you should find the button. If you can't find the button, then there is a problem. But you should find the button as long as you follow the steps that I have shown you. You will find the button. As you can see, this is the button. So now, as you can see, the button is being displayed even though here it says you don't have an order. Therefore, we need to fix this. So let me show you how we can fix this. To fix this, what we need to do is that instead of displaying our button, remember this input, which is our button, we can comment our button out. We no longer need our button. I'm going to comment the button out. And instead, I'm going to paste PayPal's button. I'm going to paste this code. So let me here copy it again. Let me copy it from here and then remove it from here. And then we need to paste it in two locations. We need to paste it here and we need to paste it here. So we need to paste it here because here first in the first if statement, this means that the cart is not empty. Here it means that the user wants to pay for an order that he made earlier. So only here we need to display PayPal's button. Let me now save and head over back to the browser and test. Now in the browser, if I refresh, the button will be gone because the button will only be displayed in case we have something in the cart. So let's add something to the cart real quick. So I'm going to go back to the home page, and now in the home page I'm going to add something to the cart, such as this. And then I'm going to click here on Add to Cart. And then I'm going to click on Checkout. And I'm going to fill out this form. So if you fill out this form and click on Place Order, the order will be placed in case you are logged in. But I'm not logged in. So let me log in first. And then I'm going to go to the checkout page. And from the checkout, let me fill the form one more time. And then I'm going to click on place order. Now if I click on place order, guess what? Now we have PayPal's button being displayed here, and it looks amazing. Now the button is being displayed, and here it says total payment. So the user will be able to pay now if they click on it, but of course we still need to handle a few things before this button becomes fully functioning, because we need to tell PayPal, hey PayPal, we want the user to pay this amount, because PayPal now doesn't know about this amount yet.